Yeah, that's good. Thanks. Yeah, sure. So we are here for the final day of the Premiership, of week and 5 and of the season. On court A, 9:15 kick-off, I think. And we've got Teesside against Aston Villa. On the other court, on court B, we've got West Bromwich Albion Fossils versus Newcastle United, I believe. Um, so two great games on, well, one great game on each court. So take your pick. Um, I'll just get the results up on my phone from yesterday so I can have a look at the form of the two teams. I know that Aston Villa had a good performance against Brighton yesterday. They were solid on the back, and Brighton Brighton played well as well, and kept Villa quiet for most of the game, but the pressure ended up telling, and I think ended up being a 2-0 win for Aston Villa that game. So they'll be hoping they can take that form into today against a very good side, um, who on a similar number of points as Aston Villa, just 6 points above them with today left. And it promises to be a very good day, as Dave Morris, the Aston Villa coach, says hello to me. Um, he'll be hoping for a win for Aston Villa, obviously, because he's the coach. Um, I think. Um, or he's on the side at least. I think he's the coach. I don't know. But anyway, we've got this game about to kick off. Jeff Lewis is the referee, and you check that the keepers are ready, and we shall kick off now. Bubba, number 99, goes for territory and plays it long. Mitchell plays it back to Tyler Reeve, who hits it long to Bubba. Just from the opening few seconds, it looks like it could be an open game. Both teams not even taking it, just wanting to move the ball. And that phase of play ends up with a Aston Villa kicking. Summarised to take it around the box, so could this be an opportunity for Aston Villa? And the wall from the two-side defence does look like there aren't really many gaps in it. And it's played in between the keeper and Tyler, even Tyler comes away with it. But Bubba plays it into Mitchell. I've just thought I should probably run through the lineup, shouldn't I? So, in goal for Teesside, we have Alistair Hay, I believe. On the wings, we've got Dylan Pearson and Mitchell. Apologies for not knowing his other name. And in the middle, we have Tyler Reeve. And for Aston Villa, we have one moment, I'll just go on. We have Humza Madeh is the goalkeeper. Um, Bubba is in the centre, and Summerise and Daniel Ball on the wings. Summerise from bumper to Daniel. Dylan Pearson intercepts the return pass though. And it's out for another Aston Villa kicking. Oh, it's Mitchell Tinkler. My apologies for not knowing his surname before. As Bubba plays off Tyler Reeves back bumper, and it's over an Aston Villa corner. In this game, there has been a lot of early pressure from Villa in this first couple of minutes. It's all been played in the Teesside half, but no real chances as of yet. I think both teams are just going to try and get through these first few minutes without letting the game go against them in the flow of it. So Teesside will want to remain solid here, and Tyler Reeve comes away with the ball and gets it past Bubba. Now Mitchell to Dylan, but the goalkeeper intercepts it. Tyler Reeve gets just this pass wasn't quite wide enough there. And really good defensive work there from Aston Villa, but Tyler Reeve has it. Unfortunate with the front bumper back from Mitchell Tinkler. And Hamza Madej comes away with the ball, but gives away a kick in for Tyler Reeve to take. In the attacking third, slightly away from the edge of the box. And Teesside looking to go for the space here rather than... Oh, he found a brilliant ball across to Dylan. He plays it back across, but it's intercepted by Bubba. Well defended there. Mitchell Tinkler and his name on his backplate is Ali. I think it's just known as Bubba, isn't it? But Tyler Reeve plays it long, but there has been a contact foul against Teesside, and it is an Aston Villa ball. And the ball from the other pitch has come onto it. And Dave Morris goes and collects it and sends it back to the other court. I don't believe that game is kicked off yet on Court B, but it should be doing quite soon. A 2-on-1 between Mitchell Tinkler and Tyler Reeve, I believe that is. And so it's an attacking free kick for Aston Villa. Amir Ali to take it. Indirect, so he plays it to Daniel Ball, plays it across, based into Tyler Reeve. It comes back out. Amir Ali takes a shot based into Tyler Reeve. And now on the transition, you do think Mitchell Tinkler maybe there could have taken a 2-touch to give his teammates some time to progress up the pitch to support him, but he wins a kick in, and it's going to be a good chance here possibly. Tyler Reeve has come away from the Aston Villa defence to give himself some space, but he's marked by Daniel Ball, and so I think he does have enough space to maybe find a pass across if he gets to him though. Or maybe back to Mitchell, yeah. From the back, good 1-2. Take the shot. Oh, he passed it to Dylan. And well covered by the Villa defence. Some gaps did open up there between Hamza and Amir Ali. But they coped with it well, saved the shot to the wrong goal and come away with the ball. Tyler Reeve, his pass intercepted. But he gets to wide now. Mitchell back to Tyler. He missed it, and now, good goalkeeping from Alistair Hay to intercept that pass. Could that Teesside were in danger there if the ball did get to Daniel Ball. And Tyler Reeve comes away with the ball, flicks it back. Good from bumper from Tinkler. Plays it across, but well defended by Bubba, and Summarise stops Tinkler from being first to that next ball, and it goes out for a Teesside kick in. Obviously, after this game, we do have, I'll check which court it's on, but we do have a potential title decider in West Bromwich Albion and Aspire. and that will come in approximately an hour. Um, but for now, a contact foul against Dylan Pearson gives Aston Villa a free kick in the defensive third. There'll be a 2-on-1 between Mitchell Tinkler and Dylan Pearson. It's been quite. There's been some quality on show in this first. I think we played 7.5 minutes. But not, both teams have been close to having big chances. But it's just been that final pass that's led them down so far. In the middle third and most of the final third, both teams have been quite good, to be honest. Both teams have also defended well, and they're both going for it. It's certainly not been a cagey sort of first few minutes. They've not been feeling each other, they've just been going for it as Amir Ali and Tyler Reeve in a battle. But Tyler gets out to Dylan Pearson, who will take it down the line, and Amir Ali comes out on top. Dylan Pearson just catching the front of his bumper away from the ball, and it gives away a contact foul. Amir Ali to the there, and Tyler Reeve battles, takes it around the goalkeeper and flicks it back. Mitchell thinks of some bumper there. I think there could be a contact foul there. The referee hasn't given it. I'm quite surprised, and the Teesside coach seems to be of the same opinion as me. But as a referee, you can only give what you see, and as you know, I mean, Jeff Lewis is one of the best referees in the league, and his decision is most of the time very good. I think the Teesside coach might want to stop appealing for that decision now. Dylan Pearson gets past some ice, goes to Amir Ali. They're in a battle. Amir Ali seems to have the advantage with the position of the ball on the front of his bumper, but Dylan Pearson does well and plays it off him to win Teesside a kick-in. Very good play from Dylan Pearson there. And he plays into Tyler Reeve, who dummies it. Mitchell, I think he got caught in two minds, not knowing whether to play back to Tyler or take on the two touch to then play across. But Tyler Reeve does have the ball now in his own box after Sunderland put it upfield, and she goes to engage, but Tyler comes away with it. Mitchell plays it off Summers' bumper, and it's with Amir Ali and Tinkler now. And a Villa kick-in is the decision. Similarly, still taker. It's just on the edge of the defensive third, maybe midfield, that'll be the case. But Villa don't make the most. Almost good control from Amir Ali, but it just goes out. Couldn't quite get around it, and it's another kick-in for Teesside. He plays. A brilliant ball from Tinkle to Tyler Reeve. He plays it to this side, but no one was there. And I think a 2-on-1 against Dylan Pearson and Tyler Reeve. There's a bit of miscommunication on there, and Reg Poyer should have gone for the ball there. And so the ref went, and they gave it on. But 11.5 minutes in pretty much, and it's the game in the past few minutes. I'd say it's slowed down a bit, but it's still been quite a good game, and Villa are pushing here, and they're in the box, into the side box, and Amir Ali is looking to win a corner off Tyler Reeve, but Tyler Reeve keeps it in and pushes past him, and now he's driving it away. He's driving it all the way up. As a 1-2 with Tinkler. Takes a 2-touch. This is going to be a chance. Plays it across to Dylan Pearson, and he just misses it here. If he was in reverse, I think there was a big, big chance there for Dylan Pearson, just his chair preparation wasn't quite there. But brilliant play from Tyler to take the two touch, take it past the keeper, play across in a way that the Amir couldn't intercept it. That's, I would say, probably the biggest chance of the game so far. And Tinkler fumbles it. Dylan goes another contact foul. I think, could that be a booking? Could that hit 3 contact fouls now? No, the referee's giving him a talking to and probably saying final warning, I think. Um, yeah, I've just seen the referee. Um, I think he said final warning there. And it goes over for an Aston Villa kicking. Erin Swift is coming on for Dylan Pearson. I think that's a wise move because so early on in the game you don't want to be getting a bucket and treading on eggshells for the rest of the game. Mitchell Tinkler takes a ride in a battle with Amerali. Can he find the cutback to Tyler Reeve, who summarises marking quite tightly? He doesn't, but he played the ball off Amerali's chair and out for a corner. Really well played there to recognise the pass backwards to Tyler probably wasn't on. And to just win the corner. I think it looks like Tyler Reeves is going to go direct to the back post. It does, but the ball's just went a bit too deep for Aaron Swift to get a good connection on. But he does manage to get to it to sustain the attack. Almost a brilliant ball. Tyler Reeves saw the gap in between Humza and Ame and tried to find it, but it just played into his bumper instead. It was almost a really good ball there. And Teesside have taken control of this match in the last 5 or 10 minutes. And there'll be another chance here as Aaron Swift. Can he play it back? No, he can't. Unfortunate. But Tyler Reeve and Hamza are battling in the central third. Amir Ali just dropped back for Villa. And it's going to be a Villa kick. I think that's the right decision from the linesman. Villa kicking some rights to take. Daniel Ball will be an option down the line, but I think it'll go. I think it'll go to Bubba and he'll take it to the corner. Oh, it's just a bit loose. And now Teesside, brilliant positioning from Aaron Swift there to get in front of the keeper, stop him from intercepting it and just flicking out to Mitchell. That was a really smart play from Aaron Swift there. It's basically, I think Aaron Swift at this point is almost marking the goalkeeper so that any time the Villa get past Amir Ali, if the ball was a bit straight and into the goalkeeper, he's not going to intercept it to start attacking Aaron Swift. They'll be there to collect anything and just flick off. I guess almost like a sort of target man pinning themselves on defender in women's football. Oh, right idea from Mitchell Tinkler there. Was a really good first touch on the two-touch, just could have done with reversing a bit more before going for the spin. But really good play there from Teesside, quite unlucky not to make more of that. And plays it to Bubba. It takes it from Mitchell, plays it to Summer Rice, but Tyler Reeve got the best plays off Rice's back bumper, and it's out for a Teesside kicking in the middle third of the pitch. He plays it to Tinkler, who tries to find the passer in the corner to Erin, but isn't quite able to. And we're in the same position again with another Teesside kick in. This time Aaron Swift has gone to the far side. And it looks like Mitchell is going for the block off. The ball finds Erin. I can't do much with it, but he plays it back to Tyler. Daniel keeps in. Owen back to Tyler. That's a brilliant ball, and it's going to be a touch by me onto the wall. And it's a goal kick. The pass, if it was angled slightly wider, the defender could have got in. But it was maybe, not the defender, the winger could have got in. But you also think maybe the winger could have come inside to pick it off when he realised the pass was not quite wide enough for it being ideal. Tinkler plays off the back of Amirali's chair. We've seen that a lot from the T-side players, just playing off the back of someone's chair to win a set piece. I don't know if it's something that they look to do, just win set pieces as much as they can, or if it's just something that's been happening in this game. But we have seen them playing for set pieces a lot, and when they are getting set pieces, they are, looking like they could create something from them. 2 minutes left of this first half, and I'd say T-side are on top. Had a couple of threatening moments, but Villa have held strong defensively. Good work from Summer right there to win a kick in to take the pressure off Villa for a bit. Shell played to Bubba Brace into Mitchell Tinkler. Not the best kick in, but he can't control and it goes over for Villa kicking on this side instead. And Daniel will take this one. It's played down the line onto Mitchell's back wheel, but he can control it and he can bring the ball back into the Aston Villa defensive third. He takes it round Amir Ali into the goalkeeper. Can he take a ride and look for the flick back now? That should be the aim. It is the aim, but really good defending from Hamza Madeh to just get rid of any danger there and take the ball all the way down to the far side, to the far end of the pitch rather, for a T-side goal kick. It's taken by Tyler Reeve into Mitchell. A loose touch gives Amir Ali the chance to try and pass it, but the pass is too far in front of Timber Mice, and it's a T-side kick in. And Tyler Reeve gets the better of Amir Ali, takes it into contact with Timber Mice. It's a total man against the goalkeeper now. Owen, Mitchell, two touch it back to Owen by decision. Back to Mitchell, Tyler Reeves here. Oh, very good defensive work from Hamza Madeh to intercept that pass. Because if that pass did make it through to Tyler Reeves, you have to think there would have been not just a goal scoring opportunity, but I think they would have scored from such a position. Well defended again from the set piece. We are about to, it is half time now, and 0-0 at half time. Really good play from both sides. Villa were putting the pressure on for the opening few minutes. Had some good play themselves, but Teesside have been on top in large, and you do think they'll feel disappointed that they've not gone in a goal, but a good half, yeah, and we shall. Do I keep talking about time? Well, I'll say we shall see for the second half in a few minutes. the teams have lined up for the second half. I think both teams are starting the second half as they finish the first. As I say, the only change in this game so far has been Aaron Swift being subbed on for Dylan Pearson. And we are getting ready to kick off. The whistle goes and Tyler Reeve goes for territory. Gets it right in that corner to put some pressure on Villa. It'll be a Villa kicking right in their own corner. Hamza Madea to take. He's going to go down the line on the inside to some Rice. Biff finds Tyler Reeve. Mitchell played from bumper. Owen Swift can't quite get on the end of it. It's just slightly too far in front of him. And it's been given as a goal kick. Hamza Madea will play this to Amir Ali. And he will take on drive. Battling with Mitchell Tinkler here. Mitchell seems to have the better of the moment in this, but Amir Ali wins the set piece off him. And Madej will take this kick in. I think he'll go down the line or just on the inside to some right, but Tinkler gets it from bumper. It's and how we found the pass to Aaron Swift, but he couldn't quite get anything on it to send it back across to Mitchell. The goal kick had taken some right, played long to Daniel Ball. Was a brilliant ball, unlucky from Daniel not to be able to get it back across. There's a real good bit of play from Aston Villa there. It just couldn't quite connect with that final pass. And Tinkler to take this kick in. Looking like he's going to go down the line to Aaron Swift. He lets it run. Amir hits it off Aaron's chair with quite some power, and it goes over for a Villa kick in. Some Rice goes down the line. Amir Ali to take. I think the ball probably a 1-2 between Summer and Amir, and then to see how the situation unfolds, whether the defenses. But no, they try to go straight across, and Tinkler is on the transition here for into his side, but is in a battle. Couldn't get him even, but he's won that battle it seems. He's going to play it back to Tyler, who I think he was trying to play to the far side, but couldn't get the connection, and he goes to the near post. But it's played again between Mitchell and Tyler, but the ball ends up... Oh! Great strike from Tinkler, but Amir Ali saves it because it was just in the centre of the goal, the strike. There's some really good pressure here from T-side. Owen to Tinkler, Tyler. Owen can't go on the line. Amir Ali comes away with it. But Tyler is still... Oh, he backs off now and lets Tinkler engage. Tyler will drop into support him in that centre. And it's now Tyler with Bubba. Tyler comes away with it, lets it go to Owen, who comes from bumper back. Tyler strikes it. It bounces between the goalkeeper and the defender. But good defending. Villa are really hanging on here in this last minute or so. They'll be happy if they can come through this and allow this bit of play without conceding, and then try and just slow the game down, take pressure off themselves. As Amir Ali just come away with it, and now he plays inside to some right. Could Villa get a chance of their own? It's a 2-on-1 between Mitchell Tinkler and Tyler Reeve, and now it is an attacking kick-in for Aston Villa. This game is 0-0, but it has been one of the best 0-0s I've seen this season so far. Oh, it's been a really good game, is my point. I wouldn't say end-to-end, but both teams have had some sustained attacks, got the ball moving. It's not been cagey or cautious at all. Both teams have really gone forward when they've been in possession, and Villa play right. Tyler misses it, but I think some Rice thought that Tyler was going to hit it and went back to a more defensive position. Um, if she'd gambled a bit there and rated and just reversed a bit and assumed Tyler was going to miss it, they would have had a chance. But in 0-0, do you want to take a big risk like that? I'd have done the same as well, somebody did there to be fair. But back to what's happening now, and it is a free kick on the edge of the box for Teesside. And Tyler and Mitchell are in discussion about what to do. Owen is on the far side near Amir Ali. I think they'll be going for the boom boom, it looks like. Tyler to play it into Mitchell's bumper, and they'll shoot. Oh no, Tyler goes straight for the shot, but it's saved by the keeper, so I guess the fake boom boom. He goes for the shot again, and what a finish from Tyler Reid. It comes out to him just on the edge of the box, quite wide, behind him. He reverses, goes for the full spin, gets in at the near post, and that is a fantastic goal from Tyler Reid to put Teesside 1-0 up. And you have to say, although Villa have been solid defensively, it is a well-deserved lead for Teesside here. Villa might have to start pushing a bit more now, creating some attacks of their own in this half. And they've gone for territory and put it for a goal kick from kick-off. So it's a goal kick for Teesside now. Tyler Reid to take. He plays it into Owen, who from bumpers it to Tinkler. He can take on the drive against Summit. He manages to get behind her and play off the back bumper, and it's out for a Teesside kicking in the attacking third. Teesside looking for one more goal. Guess they'll get him to 2-0 and really put them in control of this match. Because at 1-0 they know that Villa definitely will be threatening to get back in the game. Some good play between Owen and Tyler there. And it's a goal kick for Aston Villa. It's played in some nice but tinkling steps. But Humsmada comes out, drives it, trying to take it around Tinkler. He seems to have the better so far. He's advancing up the pitch. Tinkler trying hard to change that, and it's more even now. But Humsmada gets it past. It's on Humsmada's front bumper, but he can't push it through. And now Tinkler takes it past him. Villa could be in trouble here with the keeper at the back. This plays back blindly into Summer Rice. Tyler to Tinkler. He can full spin that across Owen. It hits the goalkeeper's face. I hope he's alright. It looks like he's okay. The ball raised up a bit and it'll be a set ball. But that was a chance. If Owen got a cleaner contact on that, we could have been looking at it being 2-0 here. But it remains 1-0, and it's a set ball that was taken, and Mitchell gets the better of Amir Ali for now. Flicked it back to Tyler. This is a chance. Played it to the back post. Owen plays it back to Tyler. It's showing between the defence, and the goalkeeper manages to save it and put it out for a Teesside kick-in. Mitchell to take, plays it into the goalkeeper. I think he's going to play off, try and get the defence moved before he creates a chance, but it's gone over for another kick into Teesside. If I was Tinkler here, I'd do the same again, try and then bring the defence out wide before flicking it back. But no, it looks like he's going to Tel Aviv, who does have a large base. Will some intercept and is out for a T-side kick in. And I can see the rest of the child being played through the window. Looking like they're getting into the chairs and getting ready for the game, which will come shortly after this one. I'll have a look what pitch it's on now. A potential title decider between Aspire and West Bromwich Albion. And that game will be on Corp B, so on the other stream. And that does promise to be a very exciting game. But back to the action here, 1-0 with just under 10 minutes left. Tyler Reeves dummies it to Owen, but Tinkler wasn't on the move and can't receive the pass. The plays it inside down the line to Daniel Ball. He tried to flick in, but Tinkler comes away with it. And I think that's going to go with Villa kicking. Yeah, Villa kicking. Hamza is to take it. Looking like he's going to go inside to Amir Ali. It does. And Tinkle ends up coming away with it. Flicks it back to Tyler Reeve. And a 2-on-1 I think has been given against Aston Villa, so it will be a T-side free kick. I mean, my depth perception isn't great, so I can't tell. But it looks like it's just slightly away from the edge of the box, maybe. And I think Tyler's going to go straight to Owen and Tinkle might dummy this. Yeah, and Owen tries to get a connection to play back across, but doesn't get anything on it, and it's a goal kick for Aston Villa. Hamza Madej will take it to Amir Ali, and I think he'll try and drive up the pitch, get a bit of territory before playing some football. And Tinkler again comes out on top. Tinkler's had a really good performance here. He's run his individual battles most of the time. He's had some good link play with Tyler Reeve, and as he's done there, knows how to win a set piece. And there'll be a kicking around the edge of the box for T-side, Tyler Reeve to take. I think he's going to try and go straight across the road. No, he goes back to Tinkler. Someone steps, but Tinkler manages to get to Owen, who take the sharp voice. It's simple enough save for Hamza. Tinkler takes a touch around him though, and is in a battle now with Hamza Madej, and Hamza manages to get on the outside to win the set piece, the kicking over. And he's going to take it inside to Amir Ali, or possibly down the line on the inside of Sunrise. Yep, but Tinkler again intercepts. Tinkler in the second half has been cutting out everything that Aston Villa have been trying to do. And Tyler plays it to Owen. His position wasn't quite there, so he can't quite play it back, but Tyler just played a really good ball across to Tinkler. He couldn't quite make anything of it. And it's a Villa ball. Can Sunrise to take it now. Amir Ali has come down the line. And Amir Ali takes into contact with Tinkler and tries to play off Tyler, but Tyler moves so the way it goes out for a goal kick for Teesside. Owen plays it into Amarillo. Tinkler can play it wide though. Tyler Reeve tries to take the shot. Amarillo gets across to save it and puts it over for a corner. Tyler Reeve's contact in this game has been really good. I don't think there's been the occasional time where his angle's been off on his pass, but I don't think he's ever missed a contact. Apart from, like, when trying to priority defence. Like, in the final third and midfield third, he's been sensational. And obviously they've kept the clean sheet, so he's been good to defend into. But there have been a couple of times on the transition where he has missed a contact and Villa could have made more of an opportunity. Green Lard has been very impressive from Tyler Reeve here, as has from the whole Teesside team. And Tinkle is in the corner, taking his time with Amir Ali. Manages to find Tyler Reeve, who takes a touch, sends Amir Ali one way, and plays it to Owen Swift on the other side, who should have played it back to Tyler Reeve, but the curse of the commentator there, Tyler Reeve misses his hit. Bree gets back and plays it down the line to Owen Swift to Tinkle. And it's a 2-on-1. I don't know who that was between, but it's a free kick to Teesside. And Tyler Reeve to take. A bit of contact, I think that's going to be a free kick for Teesside. Amir Ali was a bit late going to the ball, Tinkler nipped in front of him and Amir Ali went into the side of his chair. So it's a contact foul, so this is direct. Erin, Tinkler and Tyler are in conversation. Erin is going to pin himself between the goalkeeper and defender. And Tinkler will go to the far side and Tyler Reeve will take the kick in. I think this will go to Tinkler, who I don't know what's going to happen there. He plays across to Owen, who flicks it back with the edge and bumper to Tyler. Owen should have gone back one more time to Tyler, and Owen captured the back from O'Reilly's chair, and Villa can breathe for a moment as they have a free kick. It's played to Daniel Ball, played back into Amir Ali. Great strike from Tyler after intercepting Amir Ali's pass. But it bounces off Amir Ali, who was straight at him and it goes over to his own kicking. It takes it and summarizes and drives past the ball and encroached. I think she was just trying to go upfield into a more a position where should be a danger on the transition. But she intercepted the ball whilst doing so and wasn't 5 yards, so it's a free kick for Teesside. We have just under 2 minutes left now, plus any additional time. Tyler plays it to Owen. I think he just wanted to get from bump on that ball like one and didn't end up playing anything on it. And so it is a Villa ball. And they've got about a minute and a half to 2 minutes to try and get something from this game. And Tyler takes the touch, plays off Amir Ali's chair, and it's a Teesside kicking. Even though the one goal, Teesside haven't sat back, they've kept it in the Villa half for most of the second half, and it's been a really impressive performance from Teesside. Tyler plays in, saves it. It's played back to Tyler from bumper to Owen. It tries to drive it in, he could have played it back to Tyler once more. But if his plan is to keep it in the corner, then that's fair. But Humza drives away with it, big goes out for Teesside kicking. Erin, I think, is playing it into the goalkeeper. The Hunter comes away with it. Erin, the Tyler Reeve now against Hunter, you can drive around him, but he recovers well and gets back into his box. And Tyler is there. He takes a shot in their post, or tries to play it across rather. But it's blocked by the keeper and Tinkler now will take into contact. Teesside have managed this game really well so far. What a ball from Tyler Reeve. If Erin, it's a 2-on-1 anyway. But I do think if it wasn't a 2-on-1, then Erin could have maybe tried to play it across into the far corner of the back post. And Tyler Reeve fakes it, and it's gonna go out for a Teesside kicking in their own defensive third. And it is full time. A 1-0 victory for Teesside, well deserved. Aston Villa held strong through the game, had some chances of their own, especially in the first half, but Teesside deserved the win. And following this, on court A, we will have Bournemouth against Brighton and Hove Albion, which should be quite a good game in that a lower table clash. Brighton looking to find secure safety, and we shall see what will happen in there. But that is all for now, and I might commentate later, I don't know. But yeah, it finished 1-0 to Teesside, and it was a really good performance, especially from Tyler Reeve and Mitchell Tinkler. So bye for now. Lewis, would you be alright to take these headphones off for me? Cheers. Yeah, good, how are you? I'll be back to watch it in a minute.
Hello everyone, welcome to this 10:30 kickoff here in the PTC Therapeutics Premiership on this final Sunday of the season. On Court A we have Brighton Hove Albion versus AFC Bournemouth. AFC Bournemouth Warriors, who are currently bottom of the table without a point this season, taking on a three-man Brighton side looking for points to try and get themselves out of that relegation promotion playoff game. Let's see them take on Man United for they're fighting for their place to stay in the Prem. Obviously on Court B you've got that incredible title decider between West Bromwich Albion and Spire. Currently about five minutes behind the game on Court B. Obviously a lot riding on that game, but a lot riding on this game as well. Safety at stake. Pride on the line for both sides. A very young Bournemouth side who have faced a lot of adversity this season and have always turned up to the weekends with smiles on their faces, enjoying their football. There's Path Gaikwad there, has his shot saved by Chris King. There'll be a kick into Brighton. As I mentioned, just the three players for Brighton. James Mason, Path Gaikwad in goal, Nicky Baker. Shot from Gaikwad, saved again by Chris King. Another kick in, this time a little bit of a better angle maybe. Obviously no winger at the back post for a tap in if they choose to block off the wall. They've got to try and get creative with this. Win the corner, which Gaikwad will take. James Mason just sat in the injured box, lining up for the strike. It is James Mason, well saved by Adam Sevenoaks, number 5 for Bournemouth. Again, James Mason lining up this kick in. Gaikwad at the back post. It reaches Gaikwad, whose shot just trickles past this far post and goes out for a Bournemouth goal kick. A good start by the Seagulls. An early let off for the Cherries. Goalkeeper taken by Chris King. It's straight at Path Gaikwad and immediately Brighton are on the attack again. Well defended by Chris King. Gaikwad manages to get the pass off. James Mason in the middle. His 180 strike. Can't quite tell if that was a pass to Gaikwad or a shot. Either way, it's a goal kick to Bournemouth. Yet to really try and get out of their half in this game so far. That'll roll out of play from Adam Sevenoaks and be a Brighton kick in. Block doesn't really work when you've only got the two players outfield, and James Mason just telling Gaikwad to don't block, have the shot instead. It's well closed down by Chris King, and Gaikwad wins the corner for the Seagulls. Very promising start. The Brighton side, who need 3 points in their quest for safety. Move myself. Shot from James Mason, saved on line by goalkeeper Chris King. Comes back out to Mason. Adam Sevenoaks passes it to Dakota on that far side, but then follows his pass That's a 2-on-1. This opening 4.5 minutes dominated by Brighton. Battle of the South Coast. Shot from James Mason, saved by Chris King, and he drives away now. Can they just get out of their half for the first time in this game? Bit of unfortunate excessive force to the back of the chair. Chris King, LBA. Direct free kick to Brighton. Referee Ricky Stevenson marking out the 5 metres. James Mason now only has the one option. If he's going to pass it to Gackwad. He does indeed do that. Well blocked. Well marshalled. Dakota on the edge of the box there. That pass from Gackwad just a little bit too far in front of James Mason. And it allows Chris King to just win the set piece. Adam Sevenoaks now leaves the ball. Good little dummy there. Got to get out of the way. It's a 2-on-1. Well moved. Well moved. Adam Sevenoaks lost the ball now to Gackwad. Just flicked to James Mason into the box. Doesn't quite have enough power to give the Brighton number 8 enough time to get a shot off. That ball's still in play. Pass to Gackwad. That ball has gone out though, and it'll be a Bournemouth kick in. See, if you're new to Power Chair football, those players, if it goes in out of play whilst in contact, the player who is adjudged to have been trying to keep the ball in, so on the outside, will win the kick in. And if they go out level and you can't tell which person was trying to win the set piece, as Chris King goes on a mazy run here. Broken all the way to the Brighton goal line. Can they find a pass here? But now the counter-attack is on. Oh, it was until Gackwad just got that pass. Oh, but that was a very promising sign there for Bournemouth. I'll just say if the ball goes out and you can't tell who's trying to keep it in, then it will be a set ball. A little bit of a lack of communication there between the two Bournemouth players. Both moving out the ways. A silly 2-on-1 to give away. Again, James Mason will be looking for Gackwad here. Indirect, so he has to touch another chair. Mason into Gackwad. Shot, tries a little cheeky one at that near post to him. Again, well saved by Chris King. It's James Mason. Battle now with. Be careful, doesn't give away a 2-on-1 with Adam Sevenoaks there, because he is the goalkeeper outside the box. Say that 2-on-1. Adam Sevenoaks not aware that when his keeper goes outside the box, he's live in 2-on-1s, and has to just back away from that near post. See, when you're young and learning the game, your natural instinct isn't to leave that near post unmarked. Mason now with this free kick. Keeper Gackwad finds him, pass back to James Mason, who has to take the touch. Turns inside Chris King. Can he keep it in? No, it'll be a goal kick to Bournemouth. Very promising start from Brighton, but that goal kick just relieves the pressure of Bournemouth, gets them up the court and out of their half. Can they put some pressure on Brighton here from their goal kicks, knowing they only have the one option? Gakpo's done very well there, and referee Rick Stevenson playing the advantage for the 2-on-1. Now brings it back. Both players not separating quick enough. Atmosphere is brilliant inside the Lee Westwood Sports Centre this morning. Obviously everyone having their eyes on that West Bromwich having a Aspire game on Court B, the title decider. There you go. Gakquad. Right, they just pushed Nikki Baker up for her first involvement, but she does win the set piece for the Seagulls before retreating back to more defensive position. James Mason just wondering what he's just going to drive this at Chris King, and he wins the set piece. Very well done there by the Bournemouth goalkeeper. That is the issue when playing with three players. You've got to get creative with how you use your set pieces. First touch there for Ronaldo. Chris King plays a nice pass out to the coach. We're just waiting for it, which allowed Gakquad to intercept. Now he drives towards this corner. Flicks it out for James Mason, who shot, finds the back of the Bournemouth net. Brilliant flick out from Gakquad. And the shot from James Mason had pace, power and accuracy to get past Adam Sevelos on that Bournemouth line. And 12 minutes into the game, it is Brighton Hove Albion 1, AFC Bournemouth Warriors 0. And that is the goal that Brighton were looking for. Advantage played by referee Ricky Stevenson with 2-on-1, and again it will be called back. It's just not moving out the way quick enough for the referee's liking. Gakquad tries a little flick around the back of the goalkeeper. Does well to react there. Gakquad again, you can't really block when you've got no one behind you to tap in the set piece. James Mason, his pass is straight to Dakota Hannah, and now Bournemouth are on the counter attack. Just unlucky. Well played by the young Bournemouth winger. And Zevelos now driving with past Gakquad, and Bournemouth number 5 wins the kick in. It's James Mason who lines up the 180. Well blocked by Dakota Hannah again. Just having a little bit of period in the Brighton half as they try and get back into this game, searching for that equaliser that would mean so much to them. Chris King now. King does well to win the set piece. Just getting a warning about the contact. Probably a final warning for the Cherries goalkeeper. Can Bournemouth use this set piece? Brighton operating with the wall defence you see so many teams using these days. Just restricting the space. But that's a great ball from Chris King out to Hannah on the edge of the box. To go to Hannah. Just a little bit too close. It will be a 2-on-1. That's encouraging for Bournemouth. And their coaches let the young players know that they like what they're seeing in this last few minutes. Makes it into Gakwad. Again, excessive force there. Gakwad does well just to carry on. Good advantage from referee Ricky Stevenson. Another great cut back to James Mason. His 180 is well saved by Chris King. It will just go out for a Brighton kick in. Third. And a final warning. Ronaldo. One more and it'll be a yellow card. Gakwad into James Mason. Back post where Nicky Baker was waiting. They'll get another opportunity here, the Seagulls. Mason lining this one up to the back post. There's Nicky Baker, the 180. Hits past Gakwad and deflects into the back of the Bournemouth net. I'm really not sure if he knew anything about it. But a lovely move by Brighton. Great 180 across from James Mason to Nicky Baker. L180 hit past Gakwad rather than him knowing anything about it. And wrong-footed Adam Sevenoaks on the Bournemouth goal line. Really unlucky for a side that have showed some promising signs. In this first half. Gakwad, can he find the pass? James Mason's not really there. They haven't got any options. He'll just dribble it forward. And that comes off Chris King. It's 2-on-1. Given against Bournemouth again. Adam Sevenoaks needs to be aware that when he's out, when his goalkeeper's outside the box, he needs to be on his goal line. Trying to go for a bang bang with Brighton, which really doesn't come off. And I think manager Chris Hammond looked away knowing that was going to happen. There was not enough space given by the two Brighton players. You've got to applaud the ingenuity on the final day. But sometimes just got to think, you know, we're 2-0 up. Let's not risk, you know, injuring ourselves and putting ourselves at risk of going down to two players. A yellow card there for Adam Sevenoaks for leaving the court. It'll be a goal kick. It'll be a goal kick to Bournemouth. So confusion there as to what was going on, but yes. Yellow card for number 5, Adam Sevenoaks. Going off the pitch. And his goal kick, blimey, nearly resulted in an own goal there. Maybe just taking it a little bit too quick. Adam Sevenoaks not aware, not set. Very fortunate not to give away an own goal there. As we enter the last few seconds of this first half. James Mason just letting that deflect off him back to corner taker Path Gakwad. Adam Sevenoaks giving away the set piece. The block to the back post, but referee Rick Stevenson wasn't ready. Chris King wants to set up first. Defence does get priority when setting. Now once he's set, he can't move. This ball is destined for an unmarked Nicky Baker at the back post if James Mason can find her. And he can. Strike from Nicky Baker just wide of that far post. And that is the last action of this first half. A half dominated by Brighton, who need the 3 points to try and keep their hopes of staying out of that relegation promotion playoff alive. And at half time it is AFC Bournemouth Warriors 0, Brighton Hove Albion 2. Hello everyone, and welcome back for this second half between AFC Bournemouth Warriors and Brighton Hove Albion. Just a 10-minute delay to this second half starting, as Aldo needed to have his footplate adjusted as it was just scraping on the floor slightly. So we are about 7.5 minutes behind Court B, where West Brom still taking on Aspire in that title decider. 0-0 with just under 12 minutes to go. Aspire on the counter attack, but here on Court A, see it's 2-0 to Brighton. A game that they've dominated in this first half. But Bournemouth did have a couple of ventures. James Mason takes that kick in. It goes all the way to back post where Nicky Baker is there to just guide it over the line. To get Brighton their third goal. Just a minute and a half into this second half. Ball just wanting a lot of pace on it. Ball just rolled across. Obviously, Gaikwad doing well to just block Adam Sevenoaks from the edge of the box. And Chris King, the goalkeeper, and Nicky Baker had the easiest of chances at the back post just to guide it off a chair. There's Gaikwad. That is a lovely pass from Chris King, using the power of the Brighton pass against them. Sorry, just to flick the ball there. Launched a lovely ball back towards Dakota Hanna, who couldn't just get on the end of it. Gaikwad now drives up the court with Adam Sevenoaks. Will look to win a set piece, and he has one to kick in deep in the Bournemouth half. See, this is the final day of the PTC Therapeutics 2022-23 Premiership season. What to be decided? Obviously, the title. Those will be relegated. Bournemouth, unfortunately, already confirmed their relegation, but with Northern Thunder folding as a club at the end of the season, there'll only be one team who finishes in 11th will be in that playoff game with the team that finished third in the Premiership, in the Championship, sorry, which was Manchester United, to see who will be playing in the Premiership next season. Goal kick straight at past Gaikwad. Brighton starting this second half where they left off in the first. Constant pressure of that Bournemouth back line. James Mason into past Gaikwad. Gaikwad. Again, another 2-on-1. You did think they'd have maybe talked about that at half time, because there were a couple of those in that first half where the goalkeeper's gone out the box and Adam Sevenoaks just not reversing quick enough to leave the space. King just giving that back to the linesman there for the Bournemouth kick in. Trying to find Ronaldo. Straight to pass Gakwad, and there is a 2-on-1 there. Referee letting them play on. Gakwad winning the corner for Brighton Hove Albion. Again, complete dominance in this second half, sorry, as they were in the first. Bringing Nicky Baker up again at that back post, looking for as that ball trickles over the goal line here. But Ricky Simpson has pulled his back. Another free kick to Brighton, right on the edge of the box. Dangerous set piece. Can they get their fourth goal? Gakwad tries to find Mason. Takes a nice little dummy there for Adam Sevenoaks. Got Gakwad to his left, Nicky Baker to his right. Choosing instead to just drive it to this left hand side. Into Gakwad. Well cut out by Adam Sevenoaks. There'll be a kick in to Brighton. Just inside their own half. Gakwad driving forward now. He's got Chris King on the inside. Good ball. James Mason. Oh, doesn't quite make the right contact. Pass is shanked. It'll be a Bournemouth kick in. Gakwad driving forward as the atmosphere cranks up on Court B. 5 minutes left in that West Brom Aspire game. West Brom no need to throw everything forward, get that win. The draw is not good enough, barring what is a very unlikely result with Aspire playing Brighton later on. Gakwad just can't get out of the way of that ball quick enough, and here the charge for Bournemouth on the counter attack. Oh, Ronaldo's touch was a little bit too heavy there. Well, it does take a little deflection off. Head chair, and it will be. No, sorry, linesman changed his mind. Linesman flagged one way and gave it to Brighton. Back post, Nicky Baker tries to go back across goal. Well saved by Chris King. Well put in there by Ronaldo. Chris King. Gakwad doesn't quite connect with the 180. James Mason in behind. Gakwad against Adam Sevenoaks on the line. Tries to get the pass off. Not enough pace on it. Mason has to wait for it to get away from Gakwad, so he doesn't give away the 2-on-1. Well intercepted by Dakota Hanna now. Can he bring it away? Driving. Well turned around by James Mason, now being driven back towards his own goal. James Mason. Good little flick out there by Chris King. And again, another good flick out, trying to find his wingers. Now tries the 180, doesn't quite come off. Too close here, there will be a 2-on-1. Referee plays advantage before pulling it back. And it will be a Brighton free kick. Back post, Nicky Baker. Well saved by Chris King. Linesman is flagging. Referee has now seen it. Three in the box, I do believe. Are they going to try? Bang, bang again. No, I just... The discussion between James Mason and Nicky Baker as to what they're going to do with this set piece. 9 minutes left here on court A. Jacquard, well saved by them Seven Oaks. Cameron Ronaldo, he's absolutely fired a brilliant pass but to Nicky Baker. That's not what he intended, given he had an open goal at the other end. But Bournemouth do recover. Three 0 to Brighton here on court A. 0-0 still on court B, with approaching the final 60 seconds. James Mason, lovely crossfield pass, well intercepted by Dakota Hannah, getting in front. Nicky Baker not giving her any time. Goal kick to Bournemouth. Into Park Jacquard. Battles away with Adam Sevenoaks. Jacquard. Shot. Just gets past Chris King on the goal line there. Couldn't quite adjust his chair. And that is Brighton's fourth of the game. With 7.5. As Aspire gets a goal with time expiring to give them the win that will see them crowned champions of the PTC Therapeutics Premiership for the 2022-23 season. Still under 7 minutes left here on court A. James Mason, 180. Back post, Nicky Baker, well intercepted by the coach Hannah again. He's been alert on those cross-field balls. Just trying to relieve the pressure. Jacquard and Chris King going, battling away. Nicky Baker, great little, trying to punt past Jacquard. Go out for a goal kick again. The winger just not really alert to what was happening there. Wasn't aware. Chris King. Goal kick straight to James Mason. Another yellow card in this game. This one for James Mason. I can't quite believe he's been booked. So 2 yellow cards in this game now. The South Coast Derby, eh? James Mason looking to find the back post. Oh no. Adjustment here, Bath coming closer. Ball maybe just a bit too far away from the goal to try a crossfield ball. Little bit of miscommunication there between Gatquad and Baker, but they get away with it. As it's a 2-on-1, again given away by Bournemouth. Free kick here. James Mason. Gatquad, well saved by Chris King. Gatquad's managed to try and find a gap now down the back. Well met by Chris King. Ball skews out to James Mason. Counter attack potentially here for Bournemouth. Can Dakota Hanna get the end of it? No, it's just too far in front of him. Maybe for Bournemouth, you've got 4 minutes left. You start leaving your wingers high. Maybe just try and get one consolation goal in a fixture that is probably perhaps your best chance of getting one. You would like to see them get a goal, just as a sort of reward for their endeavour this season. It's not been easy. They've been on the end of some big score lines, but they've always, as I said earlier, kept going with smiles on their faces during the tough times, and that's what you want to see, really. At the end of the day, yes, we're here to be elite sportsmen, but we're also here to enjoy ourselves and enjoy the game we love. Chris King, past Gatquad. Chris King trying to drive away, but the ball just wriggles out of play for a kick in to Brighton. Last 3 minutes. Healthy contact there. Seven Oaks. Chris King's done well to get it round the back of James Mason. And again, a little bit of miscommunication between the Bournemouth goalkeeper and his winger. It's a good flick out. Just couldn't quite get on the end of it. And Gatquad intercepts and clears the danger. I was out of play for a Bournemouth kick in. Out of Seven Oaks into Chris King. Can Gatquad keep that in? No, he just settles what he believes is his ball, but no. There's a Bournemouth kick in. Last 2 minutes. Of this game. Out to Dakota Hanna. Good drive. Gatquad battling with Dakota Hanna into the last 90 seconds. Ball still in. Good endeavour by the young Bournemouth winger. Gatquad. Excessive force. Contact with the side of the chair. Free kick. Any day of the week when you're excessive. Last 60 seconds as the celebration continue on Court A for Spire, who have ended West Brom's run of 4 successive league titles. But what a run it's been for the Baggies, and they've pushed Spire again all the way this season. Wolfman right across the face of play. Just roll out of play for Brighton kicking. That just sums up really this game for Bournemouth. They're trying some right things, execution's not there, and that can happen to anyone. It's been a big learning curve for these players. They're all young, they will come again. We don't want this to ruin their outlook on Premiership football. Had some good moments, scoring a couple of goals. As there is a full-time whistle. AFC Bournemouth Warriors 0, Brighton over Albion 4. game which does see Brighton get the 3 points. Their performance deserved. Dominated really from start to finish. Start to finish. Up next, on court A, sees myself and Sevenoaks take on West Bromwich Albion Throssels. Join us then for that one. It should start in about 20 minutes. There may be the trophy presentation while we are ahead of schedule. The league trophy for Aspire.
Yeah. We're not live, are we? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the fifth and final weekend of the PTC Therapeutics Premiership. We've just come off the back of a title winning game. Aspire PFC have been crowned champions of the 22-23 season with that 1-0 win over West Bromwich Albion. They scored in the final seconds of the game, probably even extra time, but huge congratulations to them. We are on Court B. I'm alongside AFC Bournemouth Warriors Chris King. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, not bad, thank you, my friend. Not bad. Ready for commentary on this one. Court A, we have Sevenoaks versus West Bromwich Albion Throssels. I commentated on Throssels' earlier 2-0 win over Newcastle United, so they'll be looking to end their campaign on the highest possible terms. Sevenoaks, a difficult weekend for them. Likewise, we'll be looking for a strong finish. So, ready to get proceedings underway. On Court B currently, Leeds Chariots set to take on Northern Thunder. So this is Sevenoaks' penultimate game of the 22-23 season. They play Leeds Chariots at 2:15, and West Bromwich Albion Throssels, having played Newcastle United earlier, capped their season on here against Sevenoaks. So, as I said, being their final game, they'll want to take that earlier win against Newcastle into their stride and take 3 more points and just finish the season as strongly as possible. Now the teams are lined up, we'll go through the teams, and myself and Chris will bring you live coverage. So for Sevenoaks, Greg Baxter in goal, Kyle Alexander in the centre, Harry Beswick currently on the right, Miles Miller on the left. They only have 4 players, so no substitutes at their disposal. West Bromwich Albion Throssels starting the game as they finished in the last with a strong lineup. John Dixon in goal, Lucas Christie in the centre, Jonathan Davis currently on the right. He occupied a lot on the left during that Newcastle game, so he's likely to interchange and swap with Oliver Rock, who's currently on the right hand wing. Carolyn Bean, our central referee, looking over proceedings. Two seconds. Just had confirmation from the Sevenoaks goalkeeper Greg Baxter, who was using sign language and thought I could translate or understand what he was saying. So what he is explaining is himself and the goalkeeper of West Bromwich Albion Throssels are both adorning bright pink goalkeeper jerseys, which is an obvious clash that the referee has acknowledged. So John Dixon just changing his top to ensure we are within the rules, regulations and laws of the game before we get things underway. So, slight delay. Carolyn Bean gets ready to blow a whistle, which she does, and Kyle Alexander gets us underway. Straight into Harry Beswick, returns the favour, and an unfortunate pass almost gifts Oliver Rock a chance. Early complacency from Sevenoaks. They'll want to iron that out as the game progresses. What are your thoughts on this one then, Chris?
I think this will be another close game, but I don't think Sevenoaks can afford too many mistakes, because this is an opportunity straight away to score.
Yeah. I think Sevenoaks will be first to acknowledge a lot of their games they've lost or struggled in this season have come as a result of individual errors. worth noting, they are a team of 4 and have been for the majority of the season. Even weekends where they only had 3 players, with Greg Baxter being absent. So a team just in transition. Hopefully that they can embed a little bit more for the 23-24 season. Maybe look to player recruitment to strengthen their depth. Oliver Rock now mishits, otherwise surely wasn't going to be an attempt on goal, and Greg Baxter would have been called into action for the first time.
It's sad to see so many clubs struggling to get play.
Well, you can be case in point for that. AFC Bournemouth Warriors have struggled throughout the season. Player recruitment and player availability playing a key factor in the fact that you're bottom of the table. Brighton, another one, started the season with I think 6 or 7 players, some ex-England internationals. They've dropped off, only have 3 players present. Nottinghamshire, through the illness of Adam Langley, only have 4 players currently at their disposal. So yeah, you're absolutely right. Certainly when you consider other squads that have 7, 8, 9 players travel into National League weekends.
You've got Northern Thunder.
Oh, of
course. Going under.
Of course, didn't even mention Northern Thunder. They've had to recruit from Darlington PFC for the weekends 4 and weekends 5, just to ensure that they have the necessary amount to compete, but they're unfortunately folding at the conclusion of the season. Really sad to see, as I'm sure you'd agree, Chris. One of the country's most successful National League sides.
Yeah. I think it's also the cost of the chairs are so expensive.
Not just the cost of the chairs, everything from accessories, equipment, hall hire, travel, because I'm not sure how far you travel to training, but you hear of stories of players travelling 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hours upwards to attend training and competitive games, which is unprecedented. We have a number of Scottish internationals travelling down to the National League to compete.
But it's because it's one of the most competitive leagues in the world.
It is, and that's where players are best developed. And we can talk about whether or not AFC Bournemouth Warriors should have competed within the Premiership this season, but just as an experience for you, Dakota, Adam, and others, to face the best. I'm sure your highlight, and please correct me if I'm wrong, would probably be that game against Aspire. Am I wrong? The goal, I think, did you go 1-0 up against now the champions?
No, we were 3-0 down, but we brought it back to 3-1. Yeah, that was the highlight of.
Yeah, as it should have been as well.
And another highlight was when we only lost 3-0 to them, which doesn't seem like a lot for us, but honestly.
Not considering the fact they won 8-0 against Newcastle yesterday, 4-0 against Sevenoaks, 4-0 against Northern Thunder. So you've got to take the positives, and I just really hope Bournemouth Warriors can find enough players to compete within the Championship division, because I think this experience competing in the Premiership will serve you going forward.
Yeah, can't wait for the Championship. I am looking forward, getting back to scoring goals every weekend.
Absolutely, that's the confidence I need. That's the confidence I need, Chris.
Golden bumper, here we come.
Golden bumper. No, I'm going to hold you to that, Chris.
Cool.
So, a slow start to this game, 5 minutes gone. A good chance for Sevenoaks to mount an attack through Kyle Alexander, Miles Miller top left, Harry Beswick, probably a more shielded option for the Sevenoaks number 8. So he's going to go to Miller in that top left corner, uses the front of his bumper. Alexander flicks it across the court to Beswick. Bax has to be careful of his positioning with Kyle Alexander. Jonathan Davis, really impressive in that earlier win against Newcastle, looking to mount an attack of his own. Out of play. West Bromwich Albion Throssell's come away with the kick in. Lucas Christa to taking quickly down to Jonathan Davis. Almost looked like Christa was going to setting up to guide it across the box, just wide of the left-hand post, but a really well-worked opportunity between Davis and Christa, ending up in a shot.
All it needed is Rock to be in the right position, and I think that would have been 1-0. But I must say, the standard of this league is immense. The jump from Championship to Premiership, I haven't seen anything like it.
I will add to that and say, yes, there is a leap. You were depleted with regards to some of your leading players being recruited to play elsewhere. Had you had Reg or George competing with you this season, I don't think you would have seen as much of a gap as you think you do. I think the gap with regards to the quality of football across the Premiership and Championship is as small as it's ever been, but still considerable, as it is in the mainstream running game with regards to the Premier League and the Championship.
I know exactly what I mean. The Championship is still a very competitive,
it is
high standard league.
Did you watch any of it this season?
Yeah, I watched bits of it.
Yeah, it was just incredibly competitive.
But I can't see no man having a problem next season in this league.
No, I think they have the strength in depth, certainly to retain their position for the following season. Be interesting to see if they can go above and beyond and defy the odds.
And it'll be good to see how Highlandy Riding do, because when we played them in the Championship, they really were not far off the level that we were at in that season.
Lucas Christa into Ollie Rock. Greg Baxter sweeps up into the front of Miles Miller's chair, just goes straight out of play. A difficult day for Sevenoaks yesterday. Two defeats to the hands of Aspire and Northern Thunder.
Well, yeah, but they are very good teams. Like, Aspire just won the league.
Oh, you've got to take that into consideration, and that's what makes the fact about Northern Thunder folding even sadder. They are still competing at the very top of their games. They beat Sevenoaks 3-0 yesterday. And just the connections between Ed Common, Jack Maxwell, Matty Harrison, their three kind of wide attacking players, was very good. But Sevenoaks have dropped to 9th in the league following some less favourable results.
No.
This 9th, but not many points separate 4th and 10th. Oh, sorry, 4th and 9th. Certainly at the start of the season, start of the game week 5, 4 points separated 9th and 4th. It's widened slightly across our final weekend, but that's relatively speaking, of course.
But the 3 teams down the bottom are Nottingham and Brighton, and then the rest of the league is very competitive.
Yeah.
Just one care. Great stop by Greg.
Yeah, West Bromwich Albion Throssell's putting on some pressure. 10.5 minutes gone. of this 20-minute half.
Corner to Throttle. Now, can they capitalise on it?
Yeah, Oliver Rock to take. Lucas Christa in the box. Jonathan Davis at the back post, marked by Miles Miller. Over to Jonathan Davis. Couldn't quite get the angle or his chair position because Miller did well to limit the space. But now is an opportunity. Cleared well by Kyle Alexander, and it looks like it's going to go just wide of the right-hand post. Bitterly unlucky. The first real sight at goal for the Kent-based side. But some danger signs that West Bromwich Albion Throssels will want to be alert for.
That may have been one of the many goals, great goals scored this season, but that one might be in the nomination for goal of the season.
There's so many considerations and nominations. There's been some exceptional goals across the 22-23 Premiership. We get a substitution, the first of the game, the only substitution that can happen, with Throssels only having one and Sevenoaks having none. So Amy Wharton enters the fray in place of Jonathan Davis.
And going back to Greg here. Greg tomorrow.
Oliver Rock trying to break, going to flick it back, or try to flick it back to John Dixon, currently residing in the centre circle. Drops off slightly. Harry Bestwick. Wharton guides the ball into the box. Good clearance by Alexander. Met immediately by Lucas Christa. Miller now trying to relieve pressure on his defence. Christa very patient in his decision making. Unfortunately just goes out of play. Bestwick fired in the vicinity of Miller, trapped up by the Throssels defenders. A chance for Alexander, crucial interception, I believe by Amy Wharton. Took it out of the Sevenoaks number 8's path. Surely would have been a goal had he connected.
Another great block by Wharton.
Final 5 or so minutes. It remains goalless between these two. Chance for Oliver Rock. Couldn't quite generate the power to trouble Greg Baxter too much. Amy Wharton quick to resume the pressure for Throssell. Trapped in between Dixon and Alexander's chair. Alexander now with a chance to clear. Bestwick uses the front of his bumper. Very congested. Miller has to drop off. A chance for Oliver Rock. Good pressure from Throssels. Oliver Rock into the box. Bestwick adjusts accordingly. Drives onto that ball. Baxter waits on the edge, blocked by Amy Wharton. Oliver Rock with a chance, an attempt at goal just wide of that right-hand post. Had it been on target, Kyle Alexander was probably there to see it out of play anyway. But you can tell, Chris, this game is there for the taking for either of these sides. Just needs that little moment of magic.
It looks like whatever team prospects is then vulnerable to a counter-attack.
Yeah.
So one more. Yep. Well, our Frothel in the league.
They were 8th, but 3 points against Newcastle United possibly puts them 7th. It's yet to be officially updated, but two wins for them across today and 2 defeats for Newcastle to see them leapfrog them in the table for 6th, I think. So it's very close.
Newcastle started the season so
Not
well.
necessarily the first weekend, but the second weekend when they acquired Sam Smith. Absolutely. Baxter just controls it. Oliver Rock trying to squeeze it between Alexander and Baxter. Baxter with possession, met by the keeper of Throssell's, John Dixon.
Can we also say the screen in the bottom corner is amazing?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's picked up on the stream, but in the top left-hand corner we're trialling a new scoreboard. The technical wizard that is Alex Dowding, constantly testing and trialling new technical implementations to make sure this is the leading light with regards to power chair football across Europe, if not the world.
But since the first weekend in Nottingham, from watching it online this season, the difference enhanced features that Alex and the team up in the country given up. It's just wonderful.
I spoke at length about Nick and the contribution that he's made. He's sadly leaving his position kind of within the WFA and power chair community at the conclusion of this season, but thankfully we're stuck with Alex, who is an incredible individual who never ceases to amaze me, the things that he can accomplish with his computer.
It's definitely the computer wizard.
Yeah, that's an understatement. But yeah, the scoreboard, just a testament to that. Just stuff we're trialling to make this experience in the power chair viewing as interactive as possible. Obviously, the introduction of commentary was one stage of that. We've evolved from static camera lenses with no commentary, no sound, to this kind of fully immersive experience.
It's helped the player be able to watch back the game.
And that's so important.
I don't know. Which in the real running game you have loads of different technology to do this. But for us, we've got people up there who give up their weekends, well, at least 12 times a year to do the championship and the Premiership. So family and friends can watch it as well.
Yeah. Oliver Rock, last attempt at goal before Carolyn Bean blows the whistle for half time. Sevenoaks 0, Throstles 0. Join myself and Chris shortly for the second half.
These are like falling off my head. on holiday. So it's Mark and so it's Jack. Yeah, I'm not meant to be here this weekend, but they didn't have any other plans.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the second half in this fixture between Sevenoaks PSC and West Bromwich Albion Throstles. Currently goalless, approaching the second half. Little of note to talk about from the first half's action. Neither side really staking a claim to take 3 points from this game. Let's see if that changes in the second. Unchanged from that finished the first half of both sides. Greg Baxter, Kyle Alexander, Harry Beswick, Miles Miller, John Dixon, Lucas Christa, Oliver Rock and Amy Wharton for Throstles. Straight out of play into the hands of Adam McAvoy. Christa trying to find Amy Wharton on the right hand wing. Oliver Rock manages it, but blocked and cleared eventually by Kyle Alexander. He has Beswick in support. He can find a way past the Throstles number 9.
This is definitely a game that can be won and lost on one mistake. Oh.
Yeah, it's either that or a moment of magic, because little is separating them as of yet. We've had 21 of the 40 minutes. Oliver Rock coming over to take this kick in right down the line from myself and Chris. Fired goal bound, blocked by Greg Baxter. Interesting to see if Sevenoaks switch up their tactics throughout this second half. Christa back to Wharton, out of play for a Sevenoaks ball. A vocal call from Kyle Alexander helped that decision on its way. Christa. Good battle between the two central players of both sides.
Well, probably not gonna work. I'm both battling, one trying to get a corner.
Does he do it? That is the question. Yet to see a signal from the referee.
Corner.
Exactly that, Chris. Corner kick awarded to West Bromwich Albion Throstles, taken by Amy Wharton. Because the spectating players of Matt Gilbert and Dave Lewis just have to vacate the area to allow Wharton the space. Into the box.
2-1. What happened here then?
Sure, it was just the corner kick that was given as opposed to any placement infringement. So second successive corner kick for Amy Wharton will be taken on this right hand side. Back to Christa. Fired, goal bound, blocked by Greg Baxter.
So what apparently, but
Yeah, very fragmented start to this second half. Down the line to Miller. I would have liked to have seen him just take possession of that ball, control it and continue to advance down this right wing. There was so much space.
it just hit his back tire and then he couldn't get a sweet connection on it.
Amy Wharton trying to angle her chair to send the ball goal bound. Throstle certainly the better side in this second half. Sevenoaks yet to test John Dixon in the Throttle's goal. That being said, nothing has troubled Greg Baxter or Kyle Alexander too much. So obviously, relatively speaking, just the placement of the ball has been in the Sevenoaks half far more than it's been in the Throttles. Getting locked up in this top right-hand corner, and it's the 5th or 6th kicking we've had, or corner kick we've had in the last 5 or so minutes. Back to Dixon, fires it to the back post. Amy Wharton's there to try and guide it over the line. Great defending. The second attempt blocked once again by Baxter. Third attempt cleared by Alexander. Beswick now to relieve the pressure, trapped between himself and Lucas Christer. Deemed too forceful from Beswick due to the placement of his chair going into the back of Lucas Christer's. It wasn't so much a 50-50.
I didn't even know that rule till last weekend when it got put against me.
Yeah. Yeah, so contact foul, direct free kick as a result. Lucas Christer to take. Will he have an attempt at goal immediately? No, goes to Amy Wharton, just comes off the front of her chair. No doubt he wanted the return pass. He eventually gets it. Over to Ollie Rock, attempts an effort at goal, blocked once again by Greg Baxter, adorning the bright pink goalkeeper jersey. Good sustained attack from Throttles in their final game of the season, just wide of the right-hand post, out for a goal kick. A little bit of respite for the Sevenoaks defence. I'm sure Adam McElroy will want to be seeing a little bit more from his side. Better goal kick. Got them all the way up into the West Bromwich Albion Throttles half, and now a kick in on this right hand side, this time for Sevenoaks, be taken by Carl Alexander. He opts to go backwards. He's got Greg Baxter. He goes forward to Milo, just tries to flick it first time in the box. Was never really going to go anywhere. Christer's and Dixon's placement too alert for that Miller chance. So Christer now contact with Oliver Rock, but play allowed to continue. Rock back to Dixon, back to Rock. Good passing play between the two Throttles players. Couldn't quite generate the chance due to the placement and pressure of Kyle Alexander. Starting to liven up a little bit in the final 13 minutes of this game. An assured clearance by Miles Miller. Baxter just tries to guide it out the path of Amy Wharton, but she has a brilliant shot. That's the 6th, I think the 6th clearance from Greg Baxter from a really credible throttle shot.
I don't know how Greg hasn't been winded by one of it. Yeah.
There's been some serious power applied to them.
He could have a whiplash tomorrow morning.
So Kyle Alexander into Baxter, lets it run to Harry Beswick. Better from Sevenoaks, just getting some accuracy and some momentum on their passes. That looked like it had gone from our perspective, but play continues. Just gets caught in the blind side of Kyle Alexander.
I thought Beswick might have just gone off the pitch there, but seems to have been let go.
Substitution.
Last 11 minutes. Anyone could win that.
Yeah, you could probably argue that Throttles have had the better attacks and applied the better pressure, but with no goals to show for it, it's all about taking your chances. Oliver Rock comes off. Jonathan Davis comes on, so a new look attacking outfit for Throssell sees the wings occupied by Amy Wharton, who has an attempt. Couldn't quite get her connection. She had so much space on that left-hand wing, allowed by the Sevenoaks defenders. And if she had made connection, it was either another one of those Greg Baxter saves or a potential goal-scoring opportunity. Krista now flicked to Amy Wharton, as you just said, Chris. Yep.
Backly. Oh, no, not quite.
Jonathan Davis just taking his time, rightfully so.
Backly, quicker. Back to drop. Out for a corner. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, got very good eyes.
Yeah, I can tell that. I'm not sure what magnitude your glasses are, but you've got far better vision that far down the pitch than I do. So, Amy Wharton to take the corner. Krista in a good position to receive.
That
blocked.
will forward again for West Brom Throssell. Amy to take. Hit up Greg Baxter. Another forward in there. Oh, West Brom Throssell.
Yeah, final 9 minutes, goalless between these two sides.
Oh, no.
Chance here for Sevenoaks via Harry Bestwick. Just reverses onto it. Has an attempt at goal, blocked by John Dixon. Has to be alert. Untested and isolated for large percentages of this game, but was alert when it mattered. Greg Baxter there trying to pick it off in the direction of Bestwick. Jonathan Davis just mishits it. Allows Baxter to get away his pass, but Amy Wharton there to clear.
I don't know. I can't see Sevenoaks conceding because they just seem so solid at the back.
Yeah, I agree completely. Very solid at the back. When Greg Baxter and Kyle Alexander have that complete understanding and confidence in one another, they are such a solid defensive unit. It's just that defensive unit sometimes limits their options in attack. And Kyle Alexander attempts an effort at goal. They're getting better. They're growing in confidence, demonstrated by that attacking play there. I don't think it's ever really, their defensive side has never really been a problem for Sevenoaks. It's the lack of goals and sometimes the individual errors.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because they got Greg who has played for England at a tournament. You got Alexander coming through the ranks.
Well, Kyle Alexander was part of England's 2017 World Cup squad. So you've got two senior, relatively speaking, senior England internationals. One a European champion, one was present with the World Cup squad. Miles Miller and Harry Bestwick have both progressed. They've both participated, yes. Harry Bestwick's still within it. I don't think Miles is, but yeah, considerable talents. When it clicks, it really clicks for Sevenoaks. Pick off from Kyle doesn't quite meet its intended target of Harry Bestwick on the left-hand side.
I've got a feeling they're gonna win it.
Yeah, they've received and absorbed all the pressure from Throssells, who look like they're not going to score, as we've mentioned.
Another throw for Sevenoaks.
Bestwick
Oh,
fired into the box, just trapped by the back of John Dixon's chair. Again, growing in confidence, applying the pressure. They just need that to find that little bit of precision, because we talk about how effective Greg Baxter and Kyle Alexander are in defence. You could say the same about Lucas Christa and John Dixon, yet to really present Sevenoaks anything by way of chance or goal scoring opportunity.
Think West Brom are bringing on substitution. Yes, they are. I was correct.
Throttles bringing Oliver Rock back on. Amy Wharton coming off. Your eyes again. You can sense these things.
That on my ear.
Christa has an attempt. Jonathan Davis.
Oh.
A nice square ball over to Oliver Rock, who applies the continued pressure in the final 4.5 or so minutes. Back to Christa. Just nicks back. Jonathan Davis has to come back into his own half to take possession of that ball. Quickly pressured by Miles Miller. Does well to evade his pressure. Now met by Kyle Alexander. Trying to limit the Throttles number 18.
Football.
Set ball will continue play. Will be contested by Christa and Alexander. Four minutes on the clock as Christa applies pressure to Baxter in the Sevenoaks goal. Flicks back, intended for Oliver Rock, cleared out of play. Jonathan Davis. Nearly finding Oliver Rock on the left-hand side. It's now Throttles looking the more likely to score. Miles Miller with a chance to break for Sevenoaks. Met by stubborn Jonathan Davis. Ball remains in play. Just flicks round. Now a chance for Oliver Rock. Not quite sure what his intention was in that. He was reversing onto it. Made no real attempt to rotate his chair in a fashion to make a connection. Great work from Jonathan Davis nonetheless to set Rock away.
3 minutes left on the clock here. Still could be anyone's game. Out for forward to Sevenoaks. Could this be the last counter of the game?
We'll certainly soon see Harry Beswick to take Kyle Alexander, but a high press from West Bromwich Albatrosses. They'll do well to break it. Christa intercepts immediately as a result of that press. Baxter has to be alert. Smallest of gaps at that left-hand post.
Corner ball.
Late pressure, 2 minutes remaining.
So, this is very close now. 2-1 is not what you want to be giving away in the last few minutes.
No, not at all. So indirect free kick will be taken by Lucas Christa. To his left, Oliver Rock. To his right, Jonathan Davis. Oliver Rock now trying to take a position between the two Sevenoaks defenders, presenting a good option in the Sevenoaks goal. Jonathan Davis in a lot of space on the right. Tries to find Davis, fires it into the box. Rock, Christa. Down to Miller.
Bring it, bring it, bring it.
Yep. Final minute. Sevenoaks 0, West Bromwich Albion Throssels 0. Now we're in that final minute. Chris, can I push you for a player of the match?
I think it's either Greg or Alexander for their defensive. But it's really hard because,
Late chance for Harry Beswick. Yeah, I agree. It's a matter of interpretation, isn't it? Because Throssels, they've both had their share of pressure. They've both been on the back foot, the front foot for equal amounts in this game. Yeah, if it wasn't Greg or Carl, you could stake a claim for Lucas Christa, who's been key for Throssels. But it's always hard in the 0-0, isn't it, to really determine one standout performer. Push you for one. Greg, Kyle, who are you picking?
I've got to go with Greg because he's just stopped. He's just taken so many balls to the chair.
Yeah, I agree. So congratulations, Greg, and congratulations both sides. Shared the spoils, but probably what was deserved overall. Both come away with a point. That is West Bromwich Albion Throssels' final game of the 22-23 campaign. We don't know their final placement because other games are yet to be played, but congratulations to them, a team in transition that have been really good to watch, a really good defensive unit, and I hope they continue to work and develop in the summer months and come back fighting for next season. Sevenoaks still with one final game to play here across game week 5. They face off against Leeds Chariot at 2:15. But thank you to all that have joined myself and Chris for this game. We hope you can join us for more later.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Lovely, lovely. Don't turn me off, Lewis. Oh, wait till the first speed test. We can ramble on from then, can't we, Lewis? Can you hear me on your headset? Because I can't hear you, but I can hear me. Lovely stuff. A little bit naughty. Excited. Not done one yet, mate. I did one last season with Owen Sweet. We were the best. But then I've not been invited back on since, mate. Oh, that's not the best thing to do, mate. Well, I'm kind of looking more on that court myself, mate. Right then, let's get this serious. Let's have a look at the league table. Sevenoaks currently sitting ninth, Lewis. 26 points. And Leeds sits sixth with 32. So if my maths is correct, they can finish on 32 themselves. Oh no, sorry, 26, not 29. No, they can't. My maths is wrong. You are technically wrong. They would need to win by around 16 goals. Well, 17, I think. It's on the cards. Well, you already look like the weird commentator holding both of those sticks. You could, like, drop them down and grab them. It would be, you know... Yeah, yeah. God, wherever you think's best, mate. A bit warm on the old ears, aren't they, these? You like it? Oh. I don't think you get cold ears in here. Something we need to know, Lewis. Cheeky little smile. Huh? Don't let jacket potato. No. Gonna wing it with mate. Gonna wing it. Oh, that's where I'm going wrong. No, we're waiting for them to get speed tested at least. It's a little bit slow. Yeah. Press the little stick. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, doing that.
Boom.
Hello and welcome to Court A of
Yes.
the Lee Westwood Arena, where we are thrilled to be watching Leeds Powerchair Football Club taking on Sevenoaks. I'm joined with Lewis Harris,
Hello, Chris.
fellow West Brom teammate,
Yes.
and we have got the pleasure of commentating on this game for you this afternoon.
Yes. It'll be a good game. Be a good game.
I shall think it will be. End of season now, two teams that are have not a lot to play for, but will want to finish the season on a high.
They're really cool teams, aren't they, really? Nothing really separates them game to game wise. You know, they'll pick up points against similar opponents. So it could be a very close game.
It could be, as you say. I think that that middle section of the league is very competitive now,
Yeah.
and these teams will be would have probably wanted to finish a little bit higher, but at the same time they'll be glad that they've got their spot secured for next season.
Yeah, and I think that's the main point for most teams when it comes to the season. Secure survival, then you can push on and achieve. So
Yeah, and they'll be setting their sights on a higher finish next time round.
yeah, for sure. You know, Sevenoaks have had a weird season, playing with 3 players at one point, but they've got through it. You know, they've survived, and they can build on that. You know, bringing in some players next season as well. I think Sevenoaks to strengthen.
Oh, that's good to hear. I think there's been there's been a lot of talk amongst clubs about, you know, it's not nice to see teams struggling to field 4 players and not having any substitutes to call upon.
Yeah.
So to hear that players are on the way, that's nice to hear for the league's perspective, that hopefully Sevenoaks can get back to their strongest best and can be a force to compete higher up the table next year.
Exactly. You know, the more the league gets competitive, the better the league can become, and it's the better teams become as they get pushed to become better. So
For sure. I think we're probably 5 or 10 minutes away from kickoff. Lewis, if I were to push you for a prediction at this point, obviously it's hard to predict what the Leeds starting lineup will be, but we can be pretty confident about who's going to be taking the field for Sevenoaks.
yeah.
If I had to push you for a prediction, which way would you go and what scoreline, please?
I'm gonna go very conservative. I'm gonna go 1-1. What's your predictions, Chris?
Mr. Harris sitting on the fence there for
Yep,
you.
I might get splinters.
Very, very helpful. I will put my my neck on the block if you like, and I'm going to go. I think it's going to be a very tight game, but I think that Leeds might just nick this one 2-1. Yeah, 2-1. So result, both teams to score. I'm going for Leeds.
Very good. I like that idea. Put a bet on it.
A little glance over to the other court, and Aspire have kicked off against Brighton, and Jordan Williams is rocking the bucket hat, and right on cue, he taps one in at the back post, and all of a sudden, Lewis, the orders for bucket hats have gone through the roof.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a correlation between goals scored and bucket hats worn.
I would go as far to say as I reckon that is the first ever goal scored at the National League by a player in a bucket hat.
I think you'd be correct. Maybe we need a statistic from
Yeah.
Brian.
I think Jeff Lewis is probably the man to answer that question for us. We
I
will be
think-
collaring Jeff after the game,
For sure. He's on this pitch right
Yep.
now, isn't he?
and we will find out for you viewers if anybody has ever scored at the National League wearing a bucket hat before.
I think that's a good thing. It looks like for Sevenoaks, they're setting up Greg in goal, Carl in the middle, and Harry and Miles Miller out on the wing to begin.
Very good, Lewis.
Thank you.
You've predicted the starting 4 well there.
Yep.
And on the bench,
Oh, it's tough to call that one.
now we take the field now. I think Jeff Lewis has got both teams ready to go.
As Dan tries to make his goal smaller to make it easier for him to not concede.
It's a good tactic.
It is.
So we'll
don't
run
know
you
why
through the
teams don't do
teams
that.
for Leeds. We've got Jack Humphreys in goal, with Dan Rigby playing in the centre, Jack Britton out on the left wing, and Seb Copeland on the right. I believe my trusty co-commentator has already informed you of Sevenoaks, so let's hope for a good game.
Yes. Let's hope for a good game.
And we're underway. It could be a little battle in the middle here. Two reverse spinners, really.
Yeah, I mean, they both look for that opportunity. If the ball is in their reverse arc, their eyes light up, don't they?
They do, and I think at this stage of the season, with little to play for, both teams will probably just chance their arm and have a go at it now.
Yeah, there's nothing to lose for either team.
Kyle gets set for the spin again.
It's a smart move by Kyle.
Just evades Miles Miller that time. But yeah, a little bit similar to what John does there. He's just peeling off the back of off Dan Rigby and get himself set for that spin. Maybe Jack Humphries might be better passing the ball to the other side of Dan.
Yes.
Right on cue. But it's a Sevenoaks kick in just inside the Leeds half. Interesting to see that both teams are still, well, Sevenoaks are sort of pushing probably a 3.5, but not quite 4 out. But I thought maybe at this stage of the season they might be a little bit more keen to get both goalkeepers involved, both of these sides.
More venturous, try something different.
Yeah, there's nothing to lose.
No.
But, as players ourselves, everyone wants to finish the season with a win and take some pride into next year.
Yeah, for sure.
Great ball by Greg. 2v1 on. Oh,
Ooh.
Miles just couldn't quite get to that. But good ball across by Harry Bestwick. And a good pass from Greg initially to break the lines.
Yeah. As Leeds get a throw in the corner. We'll see what they can do with it.
Difficult areas here, aren't they, to try and play?
I hate it when they're in here. Because it's like, you can pass it to the goalkeeper. But you're kind of boxed in your own half.
Yeah, that's a good approach, I think, from Dan. Get a bit of power on it and hope someone can deflect it into space.
Excellent.
Oh, Miles is just struggling to make contact with the ball at the moment. He's found the ball in his area a couple of times, but just struggled to get that spin.
Yeah, hopefully, as the game progresses, he can secure that. secure that contact and get his team moving, because they're making the chances for him.
Yeah, they've started well, Sevenoaks here. They're on the front foot. Dan looks to play one in behind, deflects through to Greg. Greg with a nice pass down the middle. Out wide to Seb.
Ooh.
Oh, and again, the wingers are just struggling to link it at the moment, aren't they?
Yeah. It's nice to see both teams want to play passing football. There hasn't been much dribbling either.
No,
It's nice to see.
the ball's yet to go into contact, from what I can recall.
Yeah.
Greg setting up with the big reverse spin goal kick in towards Kyle, flicked out
Nice
wide.
flick.
Nice control by Miles, but Dan Rigby's set. He's glanced it on target. Greg makes a save to be sure.
Oh,
Good clearance on the goal line as well. He brings it out comes out with the ball. Nice bit of skill to evade Dan Rigby there as he attacks down the right hand side.
the ball kind of drifts out of play there by Greg. That's Leeds.
Yeah, as a goalkeeper though, if you take the ball from your box sort of into their half, you've done your job.
It's ideal, isn't it? You're relieving that pressure for your team.
Good tutor. Oh, again, just not quite making that contact, but nice idea from Miles. Took the touch when he had space and tried to work that onto his reverse spin to find Harry Bestwick at the back post.
Harry Beswick rotating around there.
Dan takes out on his reverse. Lovely
Love
passing
that.
behind. Can Seb make contact? He can. Jack Britton shot on
Oh.
target. Oh, it's a
Oh.
good save by Greg.
Oh.
And a shock on the other court, guys. Aspire champions, unfortunately, for West Brom's point of view. They took an early lead against Brighton, but now they've equalised. And breaking news, the bucket hat has come off.
Shocking.
Wow.
I mean, the going gets tough and the bucket hat gets going. It's...
Wow.
Oh.
Back to our game on court A, and Dan Rigby set in the middle for a strike, but Harry clears that one. Oh, I think the referee took a little bit of a collision there with one of the Leeds players.
You don't want that.
Looks like he's caught his hand maybe on the back of the chair. I think he's okay.
He waves play to go on. A hero of this sport, Jeff Lewis.
Say no more to that. Jeff is a legend.
Seb. Greg, lovely pick off by Greg. Ooh.
Nice and calm there from Dan though. He realised the player was in his arc and pulled out from making that pass. But yeah, Greg's broken the lines a couple of times from deep, and you know, in fairness to Sevenoaks, they are looking to get that keeper involved, and they are sort of more of a 4-out than it looked like they were at the start.
Yeah, for sure. I think they're doing the right things. Greg's probably playing a little bit deeper than the England-style 4-out. But I assume as the game goes on, he'll be more confident to push further up and have that kind of like a 4-out properly.
And this is probably our first bit of contact in the game. Greg and Dan battle it hard in the middle. Neither team seems to have a player set to flick out too, so it's interesting that they're probably just trying to get territory at this point.
Yep, nice pick off there.
2-on-1. And
I didn't think.
I thought it was the other way around, to be honest.
I thought Jack and Dan were too close.
Maybe Jeff's not a legend after all.
Maybe Jeff just sees the game differently to us.
I think that's fair to say. No, he still is a legend.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, he definitely is. Ball out wide with Seb. Again, our wingers are just struggling to link that ball back to the pivots at the moment. But I'm sure it's not a lack of trying, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Hopefully it starts clicking for them as the game goes on. Dan and Kyle battling on the wing. And again, no real centre player set in behind. Dan's taking control and his wingers are giving him the space. Hopefully looking to drive and get some territory.
Harry's doing a good job though, as he trying to get the ball out central.
Oh, Dan's always set half on his half turn, isn't he?
He loves a good reverse spin half turn.
He does, and we've come up against him a few times this season, and he's caught us out with that power that he can generate and that pass out of nothing really, that angle that he can create. So
yeah,
be interesting to see if he can start to find those wide players and if they can start to link the ball back to him for a second phase. Good pass, nice pick off down the line too.
Nice.
Seb Copeland, can he get a little spin off?
The right idea.
Yeah, maybe chair not quite in reverse though, you know, if he could get his chair in reverse a bit earlier. Good pass by
Nice
Carl
pass.
down the line to Harry.
Harry tries to take it up the line and he's successful.
Yeah, he is. He's done well there. Can he win a throw-in for his team?
And that should be a Leeds throw-in.
Unfortunately not on that occasion, but yeah, both teams sort of happy to go into contact and try and establish some territory, but they are looking to pass at the same time.
Yeah, beating the first man and then going for it in that sense. As Seb comes all the way around the pitch, tries to fit it through the gap.
It's a long way to sort of rotate at just three outfield players now, isn't it? You see Jack Britton leaving the corner there to try and get back round to the far post.
Yeah.
It takes a long time now, and that's why I think a lot of teams are looking at the 4-out shape. Great ball to the back post by Dan Rigby, but not quite able to find Seb. But again, we're seeing that power, aren't we?
Yeah, he's getting power, and that was a nicely placed ball. You know, it was just outside the post, which is where you want to really aim for your balls.
Yeah, I was going to say that to you, Lewis. Obviously, you play in the centre quite a lot as one of the pivots. In those areas, you're not really trying to shoot to score a goal yourself, are you?
No. What you want to do is you're linking up play, and you using, it's kind of like the wingers as your tools, and you're just trying to get your wingers to do what you want them to do. So if you put a ball nearer the post, you're getting them to pick off, and you're putting it wide, you're getting half spins. So as the ball comes across,
Great phase there by Sevenoaks, worked the ball side
nice
to
pick
side.
off by Greg.
Pulled it back for a 2-on-1 on the edge of the box, but no, lovely play from Sevenoaks there. The wingers, linked that very well to the pivots, and they managed to pull Leeds side to side and have won a free kick in a dangerous position.
It's good, yeah. I think this game is once the wingers get in their flow, I think that's how the game is won in this type of game.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if any teams have got a little set play up their sleeve for these kind of positions. Quite awkward when two defenders are sat flat on the line to try and create any space to score a goal.
Yeah, especially if you got your wingers, both wingers closely marked as well.
Yeah, so the Leeds team are really man for man on the outside of the box and two on the goal line. Oh, he's correct in the bottom corner. Good finish by Miles.
That was a lovely finish.
It was. The goalkeeper jumped on the first contact across the box, and typically as you leave a ball's gap,
the ball goes fine.
It tends to find it, doesn't it? So Jack will be disappointed with that one, I think. But 1-0 to Sevenoaks, and probably with the confidence of how they've played 4-out, maybe justified that one.
I think, yeah, it's a deserved lead. They've been the stronger team. They've had the better quality of attacks, and they've punished Leeds in that sense.
Yeah, they have, but Leeds are on the front foot now. Seb's on the ball, Dan Rigby setting behind, but Kyle's used his power and the dribble there to bring his team up the court, and the player on the inside as well as won his team the kick in.
Yeah, Carl has such unbelievable strength in the dribble.
Not just the dribble. Have you seen his guns as well? My
Mate,
God!
who hasn't?
Wow, that guy's strong. Right, Seven Oaks with kicking on the sideline, playing back to first pivot. Or is Greg going to step in? He does.
Oh, nice
Kyle
dummy.
dummies, lovely. Oh, a collision there with the winger and the coach on the sideline. It's very tight in these halls, isn't it, Lewis?
It is.
It's hard to find space.
Doors can just jump out at you at any time.
Yeah,
in these sports leagues.
Lewis can vouch for that as he went through the fire exit yesterday, trying to take a quick kick in or corner.
Yep.
First time I've ever seen that fire door open, but Lewis proved that it wasn't a fake, and it actually does.
Safety first, health and safety officer.
Yeah. In
Lewis
case of
Harris.
an emergency, you will find the fire exit in the far corner of court B.
And top corner.
Yet to open that one though, Lewis.
I'll test it.
Maybe this afternoon.
Yeah.
Right then, as we resume, both player and coach seem fine.
That's
And we're
good.
back underway as Greg lets that one run out for a goal kick.
I do think at the moment Leeds are, when they're defending, they're getting 4 people back to defend behind the ball, which can be a hindrance if they want to break out. Underscore. Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes you can be a little bit too defensive, can't you? And if you bring all 4 players back, obviously you've not got that outlet ball to counter-attack yourselves. It's a nice pass
lovely
again from
pass.
Dan, and he's linked it okay. But Harry's just stepped in and pinched that. Great ball by
lovely
Kyle
ball.
across the mile.
Oh.
What a lovely pass from Harry Bestwick on the far
Great
side.
reverse spin.
Great reverse spin, but a lovely ball from Kyle in the first instance. It's always risky playing behind a centre player who's set to spin, but he managed to get that one past Dan. Great ball out to Harry, and Harry's put it on a plate for Marsby, just couldn't quite get there.
Yeah.
Nothing more that he could do when the ball's travelling that quick, but, you know, unfortunately just missed him by a yard.
Yeah.
Bit of contact on the far side there. I think Aspire again a little bit frustrated. They're 1-1 with Brighton at this point. They should know they've already won the league. I'd take their position right now. That was a great game earlier, wasn't it, Lewis? In all seriousness.
Yeah, it was two big teams trying to go for it, and paid off in the end for one team.
Yeah, unfortunately it wasn't West Brom's year, it wasn't our year, but you know, of course we'll be back fighting next year and
come back stronger.
Fair play to Aspire. They held their nerve and they've done remarkably well this season, and I'm sure they'll be hoping to follow it up with the cup next weekend.
Yeah, against a team that they've beat 8-0 this weekend. So
yeah, but we all know that pressure of big games does crazy things. So
yeah,
you know, we shouldn't be a given that one's done and wrapped up already at this stage.
No, and Newcastle are a very good attacking team.
They certainly are. They've got some great power on their ball striking as well, so they can cause teams problems.
Yeah.
Back to action on our court though, as Greg steps in as first pivot.
A couple of times Dan has, instead of trying to find the pass from a kicking in his own areas, has gone for the dribble, which does work at times. But
yeah, I think at this moment in time, especially when the ball's in and around his own box, Dan's trying to establish that territory quick. Great link-up play from Greg and Kyle there, as Greg tries to find the ball across the box, but Dan Rigby blocks that one. It's out for a sideline kick in. Miles Miller's gone and got the block early, and the goalkeeper looks a little bit pinned here. Could be a chance at the back post for Harry Bestwick if Kyle can get this one through.
Kyle's going to take his time.
It's a great ball.
And rightfully so.
Oh, good save by Darren Rigby, but a great ball through that gap. A set play that a lot of the teams look to do if they give him the chance to get that block off on the goalkeeper inside the box from the sideline.
It's a good way to get the ball across the box, but most middlemen nowadays can read it and do get across the box quite quickly, can't they?
Yeah, and for the viewers at home who may not know, the defending team do have priority on the setup, so they can ask the officials to get set at any point. But less experienced players, if you like, may be a bit reluctant to ask the referee at times, and that can catch them out.
As well, if a team takes the throwing quickly, kicking quickly, there's nothing much the referee can do about defensive priority.
No, that's true. That's why teams get to the ball quick when it goes out and get ready to play. Nice phase again by Seven Oaks there, but maybe Miles could have been in reverse. I'm not sure if that's probably his least favoured side to be on the court, as they've naturally switched over.
Yeah.
But it's very difficult when you take that ball on the dribble. But it's a good game so far, and again we're going for the little block off with Harry. And the goalkeeper doesn't seem to be bothered. He's happy to stay where he is. Not quite as accurate on that one on this occasion from Carl. It's a goal kick to Leeds.
Sevenoaks are really linking the play quite well at the moment.
Yeah, they are. They seem to be sort of dominating territory a little bit now as well.
And they're doing it in a way that, you know, they'd be happy with. As Leeds get out their own half here with a kick in, I think just inside the Sevenoaks half.
Dan looks like he's winding up for the big reverse spin here.
The big one.
Maybe to pop it in the area. He's controlled that one nicely though. It's a good link up. Good defending by Greg, and he sets his team on the counter attack. Unfortunately, Miles is unable to keep that one in play. I was just going to say, you know, even getting out down the line at that point, that's, you know, from being in around your box, that's a short win, isn't it? Just getting to the halfway line. And,
it's those small victories that you take in games that can lead up to the big victories of winning.
Especially when the games are, you know, competitive like this. Two teams with not a lot between them.
Yeah. And for those who are wondering, Seb Copeland did go off for Taylor. Only just noticed.
We're too busy looking at the bucket hat on the other court, I think, Lewis.
Yeah, I think it was at the time of the smashing of Miles and Paul Gorman. Lovely reverse
spin pass across. A bit early with the shot, maybe could go across again.
Go back one more time, get the goalkeeper moving around.
It's great build-up play though. Very patient. Oh, they're on the counter-attack here. Sevenoaks. Miles Miller brings the ball up the court, and again takes his pressure off his defence.
Dan does try and find Jack there, but there we go. He finds him. Goes for the big one.
He does. I thought he was going to try and switch that to the other side.
I thought so as well.
He
fooled us.
Maybe he caught it with the corner of his guard, but it looked like he was trying to change the angle there and catch the Sevenoaks defenders out.
Yeah, I mean, indeed. And Carly's doing quite well at stopping that. A lot of reverse spins. You know, he's not letting the balls that are breaking the lines really impact him that much, which is good.
Nice goal kick routine there. Miles Miller's in behind again.
If he was in reverse there.
Yeah, I'm sure it'd be a message from his coach Adam McAvoy at half time, trying to get Miles to play in reverse that little bit more so he can link the play.
Yeah.
It's very hard to do much with the ball when you're facing up the court towards a goal you're scoring at. You know, if you're in reverse, you've got far more passing options.
Indeed, and you can even shoot at goal if you're in reverse. As it's a Leeds.
Yeah, it's one of those difficult ones to call, wasn't it? Dan Rigby with a kick in though. His wingers have come back quite short. There's not much of a threat in behind now.
Oh, as we say that.
Yeah, but there's no one there to retrieve it, you know. So that's why teams are opting for that 4 out, because if you can play that ball in behind it, you do leave your extra player up the pitch. You've got the chance of creating some chances to score goals in the final third.
Yeah, indeed.
We're approaching half time, Lewis.
As we've got a streaker on the pitch.
A great start to the game. Certainly an entertaining one, and at the minute, Sevenoaks have seemed to be dominating the play.
As he lets that ball run on to Jack Britton, he takes the shot early. Now, you do sometimes want to test the goalkeeper out.
A great switch there by Miles.
It seems
Harry
like
takes it down
Greg
the line.
is doing quite well in goal at the moment.
Yeah, he doesn't look phased. I think maybe as the game goes on, Leeds might keep their wingers a little bit higher and really try to put the Sevenoaks defenders under a bit of pressure. But as you said earlier, they do like to come back and help out with the defensive side of things, don't they?
Yeah. And I think that's one of the reasons why they, you know, conceded that goal. So many bodies around the box. You know, different people thinking different things. It can cause confusion.
Yeah, it's a very good point actually. You'd think with more players in the areas it would make it easier to defend, but sometimes, like you say, especially with our game and the 2-on-1 rule, if the ball sort of falls in an area between the two of you, it's very hard for someone to make a decision. You're sort of looking at your teammate, expecting them to do something, and they're doing the same, looking at you. So it can lead to some confusion for sure.
Yeah, for sure. as we're coming up to the end of the first half here.
What do you think the messages from the coaches will be at this point?
I think Leeds will be saying we need to push more people up, you know, at least have one winger as an outlet. And I think for Sevenoaks, just keep on doing the same things and getting set in the right positions. And I feel like Sevenoaks could have been easily 3-0 up in this game if they were set properly. Yeah.
Bold call.
Bold call. Bold call, I know.
Sat on the fence earlier at 1-1. No, it's a great half of football though. And, for a game with not much to play for, it's certainly not felt like that. It's two teams that have really tried to be on the front foot. As you say, Leeds probably as the game goes on will keep those wingers a little bit higher, and that might lead to some chances, sort of 2 versus 1 against Greg in the final third. But at the minute, you'd say that Greg's looking comfortable at the back to not only sweep up but also get involved in the attacking play as well.
Yeah, he's putting those. The balls are coming to him and he's front bumpering them straight away most of the time. He's finding that his man, and he's finding that pass, which is always a good thing for a 4-out system. The goalkeeper getting involved and being pivotal for when the ball breaks to get your team back on the front foot straight away.
Like it, Lewis. Well, we'll take a short half-time break, and we will return to the action shortly. Hey, we're a boss at this. We get a job at this. What's going on over there? Is it still 1-1? What the fuck? It's on. They've had it all season though. They're only beaten 3 times. Yes, they'd have lost. Yeah. Who said that though? Who said it? Luke. Yeah. 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 You said that to him? Love it. What, ears on fire? Good fun though, isn't it? I love doing it. We're a good team as well. I didn't know if I should drop in about you going there next season, but I thought I'd be a bit... Nah, you know, focusing on the here and now. You might change your mind yet. Yeah, but a career's wasted when you can get a free Domino's pizza every Friday night, paid for by your coach. It's on the table now. Domino's every Friday. Lewis likes a pizza at a weekend. Friday class is a weekend in my eyes. You've got to be a weekend. Oh, he'll tell you. I'll ask him. He probably messaged me on Facebook about it later. Adds to the game, mate. I love it. I'd have got involved if I wasn't on a yellow card. We're definitely off here, Louis. It stitched me up earlier. I was talking. I was talking in a Australian accent, getting done, man. Unbelievable. Honestly, mate. These are all cool stuff. Yeah, especially when you got a worldie photo, have you? Got a worldie photo of me looking like a boss. The new. Oh. Well, I thought I wanted a professional. Let's have a look. Oh, is it rubbish? I'll pose next time. I want to be the new Martin Tyler, is it?
Not bad though.
Oh, that's alright, looks serious.
Yeah, not that you know what you're doing.
Oh, I don't know about that. Oh, look angry though. Or miserable. I'll smile on the next one. It might be worse though. Oh, cool. Oh, probably get smashed back here. Yeah, it was. But good match, you know. Nice that he got.
Boom, boom.
Are we live?
We're live.
Welcome back to Court A of the Seven Oaks versus Leeds fixture. It's 1-0 at half time to Seven Oaks. Second half is just to get underway.
Yep.
Can't see any changes from the Leeds side.
Jack Britton's gone in the middle now. Looks like Dan's gone out wide.
Glad my co-commentator picked that one up. I didn't notice
Yeah,
that.
you know, we're like a tag team, aren't we?
Need my spectacles on to see that far, though, to be honest with you. Cole's a little bit premature on that one. I think the referee's bringing it back to take again.
As the referee would say, I've only got one job. Let me do it, please. And that is to blow the whistle.
We're obviously waiting for Sky Sports to restart their coverage here on Super Sunday.
Yep, not 15 minutes. No, 20. There we go. Right. Look at what you've done, Kyle.
And now we are back underway as the whistle blows for the second half. Kyle reverse spins it straight into the Leeds half. Jack's set, nice link-up play with Dan Rigby on the far side. Good switch there.
Good start.
Dan just started that spin a little bit early. But maybe as we were touching on in the first half, Lewis, they're trying to get the ball up towards their wingers in the final third a little bit more. Maybe they feel that Dan Rigby can find that ball back to Jack Britton that little bit more than vice versa.
And he might be more consistent with his connection as well. He might be able to contact the ball better.
Yeah, he's probably a little bit disappointed they didn't quite catch that first attempt.
Yeah. But it does take a while to get into games sometimes.
It does, and as a player, well, you don't tend to switch from the middle areas to the wing that much, but you have done time to time. It can be difficult, can't it, seeing the picture at a different angle. Great interception there, it's gone through to Dan Rigby. Dan Rigby on the reverse spin across.
Nice pass.
Again, just evades the player on the back post. Very difficult when there's that much power on the ball. If it's not bang on line, it's hard for players to get there. But
Indeed.
Has gone out for a sideline kick in, which is again a difficult area to try and play out from.
This is one of the first 7 Oaks I've had.
Yeah, interestingly that Miles has gone across to that wing to take that one and end up with 2 players on the same side.
Nice inside pick off by Baxter. Not Baxter, Beswick.
Beswick read that one well. Can he get the flick out back to Kyle? Dan seems to have got a good block though. And Jack Britton brings that ball out down the line. Dan's taking it on his reverse. And, unbelievable power again.
Something falls off the chair.
Yeah, I think the ball's pinged up and hit his controller a little bit there and maybe moved it a little bit, but yeah, he certainly went for that one. Not sure what the referee's going to give there. I don't know if the ball popped up or went out for a...
It went off of Kyle. I know that much.
I was wondering if he was going to give a high ball because it lifted up towards the controller height, I believe. But it's a kick in on the sideline to Leeds. Dan knocks it in towards Jack, but it's misplaced that pass. Miles is in reverse. But again, just didn't quite get that touch right for the reverse spin pass. He's worked it well though. But
Nice
Dan's there
pick
to
off.
pick it off. Good ball in behind. Greg switches that one out wide again. Nothing wrong with that as the goalkeeper's second pivot.
And the goalkeeper's having a good old moan at Miles there.
Yeah, I've been there myself as that deep player when you hit a worldy reverse spin pass. Even if you know your teammate's not there, you're claiming that they should be because you've found the space and you've put the ball through to the final third.
Yeah.
Oh, he's under pressure here though, Greg, as the Leeds player goes on the attack.
Greg keeping an eye on the ball there. He's making sure nothing goes wrong.
Oh, nearly found that gap in between as well, Harrison Taylor.
So
That
if
would be
anyone can
lovely
hear
reverse spin across.
interference on my side, I do have a Scouser talking to me.
And most people who follow this sport will know that's Marcus Harrison,
Yep.
one of the most annoying players in the National League. No, great player, and one that will be disappointed by this morning's result against Aspire, but we'll know that there's no shame in losing a game like that against a team like Aspire, and we'll be looking to bounce back strong next season.
Indeed. Indeed.
Jeff Lewis has given a foul against Cole there for backing in. Leeds seem to be on the front foot at the start of this half, Lewis.
They do. They've changed up their plan and it seems to be working at the moment.
It's a lovely-
It looks like Seven Oaks have changed up their plan as well. They've gone with Harry in the middle, Carl out wide.
Yeah, we've seen that a few times recently, that Harry Bestwick's taken that central role as first pivot and Carl's gone out onto the wing. Kyle and Dan Rigby tend to be quite dominant centre players, don't they? But they're both enjoying little spells out in wide areas now.
Yeah, I know that Dan really likes playing out on the wing. I think he prefers that position overall. But with Kyle, I think he's probably one of the best middlemen in the league. To be fair to him,
Yeah, he's certainly very tough and hard to play against.
he's a strong player who can pass the ball.
He certainly can. He can certainly hit a reverse spin.
As Jack can't get around the ball there to stop it going out of play.
Yeah, a little bit of respite for Seven Oaks here as they get a kick in their own half. It'll be interesting to see how they can try and break the lines here, as the Leeds team have made it very compact in that central area from this kick in. Plays it straight into the Leeds player. Taylor's on the attack. Cole's got to be careful not to go into the box here and give free in the box as Harry Bestwick's dropped to the goal line. Greg's sort of patrolling across the edge of the area, ready to play a spin pass if it does pop into his zone. But Cole's defended that lovely. It's back through to Greg now, but he takes it on the dribble rather than looking to pass on this occasion.
I think that was the best idea. Taylor was closing down those passing angles, and you don't want to put the ball at risk at those times.
Oh, but Jack Britton's in behind. He's gone across Dan Rigby.
Oh,
Just didn't quite get the connection there, but he was under pressure by Harry Bestwick. He jumped out quick. Great
nice
ball down the
ball.
line again. They're in behind. Across to Dan Rigby. Another save by Greg.
Greg
Yeah,
saved it, but maybe Dan could have put it back one more time.
Maybe. I think, obviously, they're very keen to try and make the most of each attack, but Leeds have started the second half really well, and the first sort of 5 minutes or so, they are the dominant side and pushing for that equaliser.
For sure.
Dan Rigby across, he finds a gap.
Whoa! Taylor started a bit too high up, I'd say.
Yeah, he did. I think it's difficult on those situations when you're expecting the ball in and around the back post area, but probably need to recognise that the defenders have got that passing lane covered, and the only chance for it to come through was closer to the edge of the box rather than the post. Greg Baxter keen on the reverse spin again to get that power to break the lines. Well worked by Harry Bestwick. I think that's got a nick off Jack Britton. It'll be a Seven Oaks kick in.
I think Jack Britton tried to do a reverse spin there, realised that the passing lane was closed down, and as he stopped, his touch has pushed it out of play.
Yeah, gets Seven Oaks into the Leeds half. maybe for the first time in this second half.
Yeah, they really have. It's not necessarily that Sevenoaks are playing more defensive, but Leeds have come out the gate fighting. You know.
Yeah, I think that tactical switch that you picked up on with Jack Britton switching with Dan Rigby in the middle areas just allowed, when they do get the ball out wide, for them to sustain the attacks that little bit longer.
For sure.
I think earlier on in the first half we mentioned that the wingers were struggling to link that play a little bit, so when the ball went out wide it was coming back towards their half quite quick.
Yeah.
But Dan's managed to offer a little bit more of a threat in the final third. But we've got a corner here for Sevenoaks. Miles whips it into Harry Beswick. Blocked by Jack Britton, and Miles is happy to take another kick in the final third.
This is ideal for Sevenoaks at the moment. It just slows down the momentum that Leeds have built up. Kind of get control back of the game, I'd say. As Harry Beswick tries to refine Miller for a 1-2, but Dan sniffs it out. And it goes out for a throw-in higher up the pitch.
Great ball down the line. Again, Miles. Share position not quite set. He opts to go on the drive instead. Maybe thinks he can put the Leeds defence under pressure and find the flick out. Cole's rotating around to the back post. Harry Beswick takes up the central area. Miles opts for the reverse spin shot towards goal, but he drags that one wide. Yeah. Nice idea though. Sometimes, you know, the game becomes a bit predictable, and you need to do something a little bit different to try and catch people out and nick a goal.
Just be crazy, really.
Be crazy. Well done from Jack Britton there. Lets that one run through, but Miles reads the game extremely well. He's one of those wide players that comes back and does the defensive side of the game particularly well. He does, yeah. It can be a nuisance on the pitch. A hard player to get the ball around.
Mr. Spoiler.
Mr. Spoiler, as he blocks Dan Rigby in there down the line. Don't think he got away with that one though. I think it's a free kick to Leeds.
As Leeds are making a substitution, Taylor coming back off for Seb Copeland, and it looks like Jack Humphreys is going out wide now with Britton in goal.
Yeah, I was hoping to see this. Hopefully they go to a 4-out shape with Jack and Dan Rigby as the two central pivots.
Yeah, they have very good chemistry, those two. They've played in those roles previously in the season. I think should be good for Leeds.
Yeah, as we touched on, at this stage of the season when positions are almost wrapped up, you know, it's about setting the tone for next season, maybe trying something a bit different that you can opt to use in games next year when it may suit.
Indeed.
At the minute, Jack looks quite deep though, so I'm not sure if it is a total 4-out, or if they're just looking to rotate and give different options out wide. Ball across to Jack Humphreys. Again, both wingers not opting to be in that reverse position. But the ball does come back to Dan Rigby, who's set. Miles closes him down quickly though and stops him from playing the switch pass. Will he look to link it to Jack Britton as the second pivot? Not on this occasion.
He goes around the corner, Miles.
Oh, great play to get that one under control. Can he find a backwards pass? He's
Maybe.
Got all the way back to the goalkeeper this time. Can Jack switch it? He's opted for the front bumper back across, and unfortunately that one just
goes out.
Just evades Dan reach, and it's gone out for a Sevenoaks kick in.
I was thinking maybe Jack Britton, instead of picking it back off there, he could have switched it. But
yeah, I think he was a bit eager to come out on the front bumper. Maybe he could have had his chair set sideways and looked to switch that one across towards Seb Copeland. But
yeah,
you know, it's not nice intent from Leeds, looking to get that goalkeeper involved a little bit more now. I'm sure they'll be keen to push and try and get an equaliser here. They won't want to finish the season with a loss.
No.
Dan Rigby battling Harry Beswick down the wing. Great battle here. Can Dan manoeuvre a little bit of space to flick the ball back? He's got Jack Humphreys waiting in the centre.
As he spins around.
He opts for the drive instead. Attacks through to the Sevenoaks box, and Greg's there to back up his man.
As rotating around, Seb goes central now.
Will Dan look to do something a little bit cute here and catch them out? No, he goes back to the corner of the box.
Just
back
the
to
right
Seb.
thing, I'd say.
Yeah, he's linking it well. He's found the gap, but Greg's there just to stop that one on its way through.
And it's a nice flick by Greg to release Miller against Seb Copeland as well.
It is, and Miles has done really well there to stay on that inside and win his team a kick in. Takes that one under control and looks to get down into the final third. just keeps the ball in play. Our officials peering over his shoulder there to see if the ball had gone out, but it is still in play. Dan Rigby's battling away hard though. He'll be looking to get on the counter attack.
Oh, that's
here.
good by Miller.
Got to be patient in these areas, haven't you, on the attack as Miles now. You're 1-0 up. You know, you've been under a bit of pressure. Don't let the Leeds team out easily.
And it's a perfect opportunity. You know, if they take their time, Miller can get that pass on back to Harry Beswick or even Greg Baxter.
Looks like he's keen to try and win a corner kick here. He's trying to work it off Jack Britton's bumper to win the corner. He gets it back.
As Dan can hook it out.
He can. He opts to take it on the drive again. Harry's met him there. And he's managed to keep the play in the Leeds final third there, the Leeds defensive third.
As Dan goes past Harry, sort of, with Miles coming in on it now.
Yeah, Sevenoaks have got a good shape though. They've always got a player ready to come in, haven't they?
Yeah,
You know?
a good rotating side,
Yeah.
Sevenoaks. They know their jobs.
Their wingers, they're happy to stay up in the final third and try and keep the play moving, but they also recognise when they're needed to come and spoil the play, if you like, or stop a counter attack like they did in that occasion.
Indeed.
Dan Rigby sets up with a big reverse spin out wide to Jack Humphreys. He tries to play through the gap, but Miles and Greg defend that one well. Miles just keeps that one in play. Can Dan set for the flick? He hasn't really got a teammate there though. Their wingers are staying really high now, and that goalkeeper's not really looking to step in. It's almost like a 1v1 battle in the middle, isn't it? And trying to win the battle on that occasion, then flick from the other side. But
it feels more like a 1v3 with Dan being the one and he having to go through.
Yeah, the Sevenoaks players get back and defend really well.
Which is obviously a great tactic for games like this. You're 1-0 up, and you're coming up against a very dominant middleman who can beat you on the dribble.
He can, but with that power of Dan Rigby, when he does find the ball out wide, that ball could go anywhere, couldn't it?
It could. And usually it does find a player.
It certainly does when you're defending it yourselves. I can vouch for that. But Sevenoaks have done really well and have managed to keep him at bay at the moment. But when there's that much power on the ball, it really can go anywhere.
It can really ricochet, and it's anyone's game when you hit it hard and the chaos ensues basically.
Certainly does. Leeds are on the attack again as we're sort of approaching the last 5 minutes of this one, and Leeds will be desperate to get that equaliser. Great ball around the corner. Again, our winger's not quite high enough in reverse to keep that one in play.
As Jack Humphreys was looking for a foul there.
Was he?
He was.
Claiming a penalty kick or free kick on the edge of the
claiming
area.
a free kick. He said he hit into me, as then he goes and hits Kyle.
As he gives one back, I like it. Oh, disappointing one there from Miles. He's just nudged that one straight out of play for a Leeds ball. Dan Rigby looking to set up for that big reverse spin to the back post. Seb Copeland's in that middle area, causing a bit of chaos at the moment, trying to occupy Greg and Harry and keep them more focused on himself rather than the ball, as Dan looks to wind a big spin up towards the back post. Miles defending particularly well from the edge of the area.
Dan
winds it
himself
up. It's got
lovely
across.
ball.
Just didn't quite make contact, but he follows in. Dan Rigby set again from the spin. Again, they're just not quite finding that final pass, are they, Leeds, at the moment?
No, and they're lacking that final contact as well. The balls come into them in some situations and they're just mishitting it just that little bit, which isn't helping them. 2-on-1 there.
Yeah, referee tried to play an advantage and has brought it back for the original 2-on-1. Again, a bit of respite for Sevenoaks as we approach the last 4 minutes of the game.
Yes, indeed.
At this point, do you think Sevenoaks will push for another, or are they going to be happy with what they've got?
If I was Sevenoaks, I'd be happy with a 1-0 win to end the season. It's one of those where you can, although the season's over, you can build on this type of performance.
Dan's done remarkably well there as he goes for the Toby all the way around, as we call it with the England squad. Just didn't quite make contact on that occasion, but he's beat Harry Beswick in the dribble. His wingers are very close, so it might be close to a 2-on-1 here. They've managed to avoid him and give him some space. At this point, Dan might even be thinking of going in himself.
He does.
Certainly trying. Can he work something for his team? Even a set play at this point would be crucial.
And if they've done their homework, Leeds, they would probably have come up with a plan against a player like Greg, which they haven't seemed to put into place. Greg's been
great
quite
defending again by Sevenoaks. Miles gets in that area and wins his team a 2-on-1. He's very good at that, Miles. You know, we've spoken about a couple of times maybe on the offensive side of things he could have been in reverse, but he certainly helps his team out when he's needed to chip in and do his defensive duties, and he's won his team a 2-on-1 there and stopped the Leeds attack.
Indeed, he is the example of a good defensive winger.
Yeah, he certainly is. From our own experience, they've given us some tests at times, and Miles has been pivotal to that, to marking that area around the edge of the box to stop teams from passing the ball. It's certainly worked against us once this season. Dan Rugby's on the attack down the line. Can he flick it back? He does, but might be too close there for a 2-on-1. Yeah.
If Jack would, as in Jack Britton, the goalkeeper, had come forward a bit more, maybe he could have found that second pivot, and maybe we could have had that nice little bit of link up.
Yeah, as we said, we were sort of hoping that with Jack switching to that goalkeeper position that he would be keen to step up a little bit more, but he's sort of the 3.5 type of shape, isn't it? He's in and around the area behind Dan, but not quite there as a second passing option. It's more to sweep up and to keep the attack close to the Sevenoaks half rather than let them get back to the box.
Indeed.
I think Sevenoaks will be looking to manage the game here now.
I think so. We see in the past that Sevenoaks are very good at game management is the word. Very good at game management.
Yeah, I think Adam will be pleased with how his team have played second half in terms of keeping it tight for Leeds and not letting them get the ball moving in the final third. Miles has done brilliantly again. He's battled hard against Dan Rigby there, and he's not just ticking the seconds off now, but he's also keeping the ball away from his own box.
As Leeds get one kick in. This could be near the end of the game. There's only 30 seconds left.
Yeah, referee's just checked his watch. I think we'll be approaching the last attack here.
As Kyle receives the ball here. A nice pick off by Miles to get it.
It's a contact foul though against
Contact
Jack,
foul. And
yeah, that could be it. That could be it.
You know, Kyle never usually overly reacts. So it must have been bad.
I think there's a bit of gamesmanship there to manage the last few seconds. I think Kyle's okay. He'd be happy that his team have looked set to pick up 3 points. I'm sure they'll look to come back strong next year, especially with a new addition or two to the squad.
Yes, the rumours in the rumour mill have been going wild for 7 weeks.
Yeah, I think the summer transfer window is well underway by the sounds of it. Great ball across from Miles, and Carl just looks to... Oh, actually, I think his chair's cut out. It has. Maybe he did take more of a knock than we thought.
Yeah.
Oh, it leads to one last attack for Leeds here. Jack Humphries battles the ball down the line. Can he find the ball back to Dan Rigby? Well defended by Harry Bestwick, and a 2-on-1, a little bit close. That should be it. That should be it.
The ref looks at his watch. He says something to Greg, who's probably asked, how long's left?
Yeah, we don't want anything silly here. If you're the Sevenoaks manager on the sideline, you'll be encouraging your team to touch the ball to a teammate to dribble rather than smash the ball and put it at risk.
It looks like Greg isn't listening to that. And, ooh, he could have let that go, to be fair, straight to Carl. And full time. Great win.
Great win from Sevenoaks. It's obviously what shows what we know about the game, Lewis. You're a lot closer than me with your 1-1 call, but
you called a win
I did
for the wrong team.
For a Leeds 2-1 victory, and Sevenoaks have defended really well there and kept them at bay. I think Leeds will be a little bit disappointed because they've had a great season.
They have.
They'd have wanted to finish on a high. I think if you asked them at the start of the year if they'd be in this position last game, comfortably safe and no worries, I think they'd have taken it. But
yeah,
it's always, as we touched on, nice to finish the season strong and take that confidence into the next year.
Excellent. Yes.
Right then, guys, that is the end of the game on Court A as Sevenoaks beat Leeds 1-0.
Thank you for listening.
Thrilling game. Thank you for listening. Me and Lewis will now be playing against Northern Thunder, I believe, on Court B, if you would
Yes.
like to tune in, as the season 2022-23 season
Comes to an end.
comes to an end. Thank you for listening, and goodbye.
Goodbye.
Whoop. Hello and welcome to Court A for the very last match on Court A of the 22-23 season. Bournemouth versus Nottingham. A match which can affect the bottom of the table. Bournemouth stuck to the bottom. Nottingham and Brighton though 3 points apart. Brighton have finished all their games. If Nottingham can win, they'll go above Brighton on goal difference. On Court B, you've got Northern Thunder's last game. The club's folding, won't be back in the 23-24 season. If you want to watch them conclude their club history, West Brom already 1-0 up in the first minute. So for Bournemouth, got Sevenoaks in goal, King in the middle, Rodriguez Kurtz on the right, and Hannum on the left. Playing towards us in their away navy dark blue kit, Nottingham. Hadfield in goal, G on the left, Langley in the middle, that's Sam Langley, and McNaughton on the right. Big swing from Langley there, trying to catch Sevenoaks, the keeper, unaware. Not a high percentage, but quite a few of those returns to keepers do end up scoring goals. McNaughton takes, Sevenoaks moves in. Has that covered. I expect Nottingham to have a solid set play process. Langley very experienced, McNaughton from West Brom. G recently moved up from Forest to the Nottinghamshire team. And back for a kick in, McNaughton on the ball. Nottinghamshire not prolific, but also a little more solid defence than either Brighton or Bournemouth. So you'd expect just the kind of balance of probabilities to be in Nottinghamshire's favour, and important for them that they win. Oh, goodness. Ball lifted really high there. It appeared to hit King. I think he's okay. The ref's checking. So because the ball went high, it's a set ball. So two players, Langley and King, come in and touch the ball, and then play continues. Ball's gone out for Bournemouth. Sevenoaks with the kick. Down the line, it's gone straight out. Back. Kick into Nottinghamshire. Langley to G. G looking for McNaughton. McNaughton going for the finish. Nearly got it past King, but between them, King and Sevenoaks for Bournemouth had it covered. So all the play with Nottinghamshire in the first 5 minutes of this half. Some solid defending with G as he got his eye on the ball. Good defending there. King reading the position of the ball well. G trying to take it past the post. Rodriguez Kretz. Ball goes past him to McNaughton. McNaughton to G. So continued pressure from Nottinghamshire. What's happened there? 2 on 1. So given, I think it's given against Bournemouth. Nope. So 2 on 1 against Nottinghamshire. Bournemouth. Sevenoaks the goalie taking the free kick. Sevenoaks Langley, like he did in the first few minutes, attacks the ball out from the keeper. McNaughton within a whisker there, but not managing to finish it. Equally a couple of degrees different on the front of his chair, and that might have come off Langley and gone it straight in. Again, Langley really watching this ball and attacking it, prepared to go straight in on the keeper. So I think this is Rodriguez Kretz's first Nationals weekend. Registered for the team, or registered with the league to play for the team. So been playing Saturday and Sunday. 2 Bournemouth players collide there. Meanwhile, Langley's driving the ball out to the far side. Kick in. Since Nottinghamshire lifting the pace here, they have to win. A 1-0 win is good enough. Their goal difference is significantly above Brighton's. But a win puts them into 3rd on goal difference. Sorry, 3rd from bottom. So 10th there. G to finish. Again, King reading the ball really well. So King in the middle for Bournemouth, kind of reading the plays and cutting the ball off. 2 or 3 teams now has stopped a certain Nottinghamshire goal. Hadfield, ref's blown up. No, it's 2 on 1 against Nottinghamshire. So someone must have, I think it must have been Hannam came in early. Hannam gesturing to the crowd. Not sure what it is, so this is a chance for, so it has to, it's indirect, has to touch another player before going in. So Langley will be looking to direct it off G. So accurate and forceful hit required. Sevenoaks looking to defend it. Equally if it goes too early. Yeah, oh, it's not been, it didn't touch anyone. So no goal and goal kick. Sevenoaks, both G and Langley now looking to attack the ball out from Sevenoaks. So Sevenoaks is playing a hard ball out, which brings with it the danger, you get it returned back at pace. Langley with the kick, looks for McNaughton off Hannam's bumper. Langley and Rodriguez Kretz. 2 on 1, Hannam and Rodriguez Kretz. Langley. King intercepts again. So Nottinghamshire are going to do something here. They're going to have to somehow neutralise King's ability to control the middle of the park. He's not controlling the play per se, but he's controlling the defensive zone for Bournemouth. Langley driving into the post, looking to get it off King, who puts it out for a kick in. Not yet. Hannam's collected it. McNaughton across to defend. Hadfield getting into position. Picks it up. Pressure on him now from Hannam. G lets the ball go. Hadfield trying to find McNaughton. Comes off the back of King. Now 3 on 1 potentially. Jack. Oh, put it behind G there. So, slightly risky here. Seven Oaks has moved a long way up. If Langley gets on this, there's a high chance the ball gets returned goalwards. So, Seven Oaks must be looking for King. Oh, Langley within a whisker there. I think if he'd have hit that, that would have gone definitely goalwards. Well, anyway, didn't happen. So in a way, at the moment, despite Nottinghamshire's pressure, that's been the evident weakness, is Bournemouth's play out, which is allowing... Oh, there we go. Great set play, McNaughton across the pitch to G. And G finishes nice and smoothly. 1-0 to Nottinghamshire. So I was just saying, at the up until then, a number of chances had come where Bournemouth playing the ball out at pace, getting intercepted by Nottinghamshire, who are returning the ball towards goal. Now, I wonder if 1-0 is going to change. So Nottinghamshire at 1-0 are now 10th in the league, safe from the playoffs, although 10th would normally be a playoff position, because Thunder are dropping out of the league. 10th is safe. That would put Brighton into the playoffs and Bournemouth relegated. So Bournemouth can't change the relegation at the moment. So as far as they're concerned, this game is about a performance rather than league position. So just over halfway through the first half. This final game from Court A of the 22-23 season still has a bearing on the outcome of the season. Nottinghamshire, G on the ball for Nottinghamshire, facing off against King for Bournemouth. King taking the ball away. Runs into, ref was possible, off the post there, a deflection from McNaughton, came off King. I was going to say the ref looked like they were going to give contact against King on Langley, but played advantage for Langley, who continued with the attack. Langley now looking for McNaughton. If McNaughton sends it to G, that must be a finish. Just not quite accurate enough, G there. Ball for Nottinghamshire. They have picked up, since they've scored, they've picked up the pace a touch. Hasn't particularly increased the number of chances they're getting, but is moving the ball much faster around Bournemouth, making it harder for them to defend. Sam Langley, as usual, calling the shots for Nottinghamshire, directing G and McNaughton. Must be a finish. Oh, McNaughton reverse spin on the back post, and it's gone out for a goal kick. Seven Oaks on the ball, taking the goal kick for Bournemouth. Finds G straight away. All right. I think it's a corner. Yep, G taking the corner. So the way Bournemouth is set up, if McNaughton can get it fast, Langley out to McNaughton, back to G, swing from Langley to McNaughton. Ooh. Not sure if Langley was going for the shot or aiming for McNaughton, but just a touch from McNaughton there would have probably seen it into the back post. Didn't make it. They were still at 1-0. All the pressure from Nottinghamshire. 50. Can I almost? Hadfield's had one. Oh, there. So described earlier in the match, the risk Seven Oaks have been playing. Nottinghamshire have been pouncing on the balls out from the keeper, threatening the goal straight from the goal kick, and that one went in. That's probably the 5th chance that's created from the ball coming out from the back from Bournemouth. 2-0. 2-0 to Nottinghamshire. G now with the ball. G driving around King. Ball drifted through. Oh, heavy swing from Langley there. Referee gives a knowing nod. He knew it was a inappropriate contact. Kick to Bournemouth. Contact on King from Langley. 7-Oaks with the kick. Again, Langley reading it. Whoop. I think we'll end up with a set ball there. I'm not sure if you saw that ball from the pitch B through the gap. Okay, King and G face off with a set ball. King well left. Now, are Bournemouth going to change the way they play? Because this fast-paced goal kick coming out from the goalie has allowed Nottinghamshire to threaten the goal several times. So ball there went left to Hannam. Little safer, but still at risk. Langley comes in. Langley with a hit to McNaughton, back to G. Great pass from McNaughton. Now G trying to find McNaughton again. Comes off McNaughton's bumper. Ooh. 7-Oaks and King manage there to just stop the ball going into the goal. Hadfield, easy pick up. King puts the pressure on, puts the ball out. So Nottinghamshire with a ball deep on their right defensive wing. A bit wayward there from Langley. Hits it straight to King, but now back with G. McNaughton, 2-on-1 perhaps. Refs allowed it to go on. So Hannam and King there causing the 2-on-1. I'm not quite sure, but McNaughton and Langley weren't far behind them, but the advantage played initially nothing came of it. So Nottinghamshire's ball, looking for G to McNaughton, I think, but got the angle wrong. Went straight to Hannam for Bournemouth. Hannam trying to put pressure on Langley, but Langley's got that probably all day. Langley, one of the more experienced midfielders. Pretty hard to take the ball round past him in that manner. Ball's coming out for a corner. McNaughton checking everything's alright with the Bournemouth players. Got the go signal. McNaughton, great ball to G. Oh, really unlucky. I mean, it was a great ball from G. Hit the post, came out off the post and back off the goalie, 7-Oaks. So that's 3-0 to Nottinghamshire. They're probably safe now. I don't think Bournemouth have scored more than a couple in any game, if that all season. So at 3-0, Nottinghamshire, I'd say we're safe. That cements their position in the Premiership for 23-24. Just a handful of seconds left. And Court A, Court B finished. Thunder's last half of football about to come. Can't quite see the score, but it looks like they're heavily down at the moment. Oh, goodness, goodness, goodness. Ball came off the pitch there and hit a couple of spectators. They're both all right. Got slightly distracted there by the spectator issue, but back with the play. Corner, McNaughton with a corner. So successful corner last time, led to a goal. Oh, big hit. Oh, Hadfield's coming in. I'm not sure the Nottinghamshire team had quite spotted him. Sorry, the Bournemouth team. So Hadfield, the Nottinghamshire keeper, now playing high. Langley dropping into the middle, and that's the first half done. So 3-0 to Nottinghamshire. Their place in the Premiership looking secure. Bournemouth have to come back by more goals than they've scored in any other game this season. And it looks like 5-0 on pitch B. Just check with the pitch B commentary team. So Thunder suffering at West Brom's hands on pitch B. So 20 minutes left of the 2023 season. Looks like we know what's what now. Aspire champions, crowned earlier today with a 1-0 win over West Brom. I think Thunder now may finish fourth with Teesside in third. A tremendous finish for Teesside, if I've got that right. And looks like Nottinghamshire are secure, leaving Bournemouth down and Brighton in the playoffs as things stand at the moment, and that looks like, given the scores at half time, looks like the likely way things will play out. We'll just have a short break. Back with you for the last half. here we go. Nottinghamshire 3. Oh, sorry, Bournemouth 0, Nottinghamshire 3. Bournemouth at home. So Nottinghamshire just need to kind of hold on, and they're secure in 10th and therefore secure in the Premier League Premiership. Bournemouth perhaps looking to finish with a goal or a bit of a spark to the performance. Chris King, as ever, working hard in the middle. Does a lot of the midfield defensive work for Bournemouth. So McNaughton fires it across to Langley. Oh goodness, that's several times the ball's come really high. Hannam's got smacked on the head. I don't think he's not very happy. So just the coach and the ref checking on his welfare there. So play temporarily stopped while the Bournemouth staff and the ref just check that Hannam is okay. The ball came high off Sevenoaks on a strike from Langley. I think he's going off just to be looked after. So Bournemouth now with 3, Sevenoaks in goal. King in the centre, Rodriguez Kretz on the right. Langley on the ball. Although Langley's on the ball, I'm not quite sure I don't understand why there's a free kick. I think it was just going to be a set ball, but Langley with the ball to McNaughton. McNaughton strikes, as is often the case. King reading the play, intercepts the second ball. That's one of his strengths. Can't get there to the first ball, but reads where the play's going and cuts the attack out. Again, some pretty good, accurate passing from Bournemouth. The ball high again. Sorry, from Nottinghamshire. So Hadfield now well up. Hadfield in the purple of the Nottinghamshire keeper. So playing as I didn't do the teams, I'll just remind you the teams. Nottinghamshire, Hadfield playing in goal, G on the left, Langley in the middle, and McNaughton also on the left, but was playing on the right. Bournemouth, Sevenoaks in goal, King, Rodriguez Kretz, and Hannam was on the pitch but suffered an injury. Ball came very high and hit him on the head. Not quite sure whether we'll see him again in this half. 5 minutes gone in the first half. Sorry, second half. Nottinghamshire with a comfortable 3-0 lead. Nottinghamshire themselves have only scored 6 goals throughout the season, so 3 a good addition to that 6. Bournemouth only scored 4 all season, so to come back would be somewhat unimaginable. But they're attacking the goal now. Rodriguez Kretz and then King. Ball got caught there under, I think, King's chair. So what's the ref going to do? I'm not sure. I think she's not happy the players rolling into each other. She's going to check the ball. Is she replacing it? I think she's going to check the inflation of the ball. So if the balls at the wrong pressure, you can get a couple of things happen. The balls are designed specially for wheelchair football. I'm just giving it a clean, actually. If it gets stuck under the chairs, which is rare but can happen, the chairs can roll over the ball and tip up, causing significant damage to the players. And if it's kind of at the wrong pressure, too high, it can bounce around a lot, leave the playing surface, and hit the players kind of around the upper torso and the head, as we saw earlier, and cause injury. I'm pleased to say Hannam's back on the pitch. So Bournemouth back to strength with Sevenoaks, King, Hannam and Rodriguez Kretz. Oh, great ball across from Langley there. McNaughton finishing comfortably on the far post. 4-0. You can't see a way back now for Bournemouth. They'd have to score more goals than they've scored in the other 21 games of the season. So I guess the target now for Nottinghamshire, if they can get to 6, they can double their tally for the season. Hit double figures. In fact, they've hit double figures now. They've scored 10. Their goal difference twice as good as Brighton's. Brighton conceded, although they scored more, Brighton conceded a lot more goals. And that will be the difference in terms of 10th and 11th place. Nottinghamshire are going to finish on the same points as Brighton, but they will be above them on the basis of goal difference. On pitch B, Northern Thunder's last game, it looks like they're continuing to suffer at West Brom's hands. West Brom looks like they've scored a few more. Can't read the score, but it's changed since half time. That'll be on the WFA channel. So we're heading into the last 10 minutes. Bournemouth, really tough season in the Premiership this year. Well promoted last year on their performances in the Championship, and squad changes have meant they've not been able to hold those performance levels and suffered at the hands of some heavy defeats and some brutal teams in the top half of the Premiership. And often as goal difference becomes an issue, once one team's put a lot past you, the other teams have to do the same to try and maintain the same strike rate. Two on one against Bournemouth. Rare foray into the Nottinghamshire half there, but cross from G to Hadfield. Hadfield touches it towards the goal. King's got it covered. Hadfield with a big swing at goal. McNaughton's picked it up and driving it towards goal, but Sevenoaks has it covered. McNaughton for Nottinghamshire on the ball, trying to get it across the ball. We're looking at goal. We're looking for G there. On the kick in, ref has to play to stop, looking for players to move the required 5 metres. So I'm guessing the play here is McNaughton. Hadfield moves out of the way, ball goes to G. No, McNaughton, not sure he's going for the gap there. You can score direct from a kick in, or equally going for the kind of rebound. King acting as a wall, wouldn't move particularly, and then he gets the corner. McNaughton, Langley, intercepted by keeper Sevenoaks. Langley. Right, so the you'd have seen there the ball crossed the line. Ref's not giving it, the ball wasn't rolling, so you can't catch the ball between two chairs and push it across. It has to be turning as it crosses the line. So given as a goal kick, Bournemouth 7 Oaks takes the kick. Looks like the ball will go out deep in the left hand side for Nottinghamshire, so Nottinghamshire kick in. Langley taking the ball. Langley, interesting there, plays it straight to Rodriguez Kretz and gets it back off him, so he's progressed the ball well upfield. 7 Oaks has let it go out. So, given the balance of play, that's allowed Nottinghamshire to move right up the park and then put pressure on 7 Oaks' goal kick, which they have been doing regularly in the first half, although less so in this half. Ref looking like they were going to give on 2-on-1, waiting for, yeah, they've now let advantage go, but it was Langley. Langley trying to drive it round King. Ball's out from King, given to Nottinghamshire. Langley with the kick. Nope, he's left it McNaughton. McNaughton will take the kick. McNaughton, Langley, and then perhaps G. Langley's gone to the far post. Hadfield's in position as well. What's that, 3 in the box? So Bournemouth had 3 players in the box there. You can't have 3 players in a box. Thinking that was a signal given. Confirm that if we have Nottinghamshire on the ball. Yeah. So Hannam moved into the box while King and 7 Oaks were already in there, and that makes the 3-on-1. I think Hannam just getting that confirmed by the referee. Langley preparing to take the kick. I expect it'll be indirect. Yeah, should know that, but so Langley looking to touch it off Hadfield, I guess, and they manage, which they didn't manage in the first half, and they had a similar kick. So goal to Hadfield. 5-0 now to Nottinghamshire. 6 minutes left. Definitely nailed this match. I guess any more goals a bonus. Send them away secure. Norton on the left hand side for Nottinghamshire. I'll be looking across to Langley. Langley plays it into the box. 7 Oaks gets it for Bournemouth. Now Hannam's on the ball for Bournemouth, trying to take it around G. G's intercepted. Hadfield to McNaughton. McNaughton going for goal, gets it off King, and it's a corner. Langley. McNaughton on the ball, taking it round. 7 Oaks, can he get it? I think he's trying to get in the gap between 7 Oaks and King. King's now shut that door. So McNaughton backs away as Langley comes in to take on King. Langley back to McNaughton, doesn't get any pace on it. McNaughton, I thought that came off King, but ref's given it to Bournemouth. Bournemouth goal kick. Pressure now on the kick from Langley and G. McNaughton staying on the left. King trying to touch it towards Hannam. G intercepts, 2-on-1. King and Hannam, so it's a Nottinghamshire kick. Now, are they going to try what they tried last time? I think they are. So, a bit harder because of the 5 metres is the ball's a bit further out. So, Langley just directing McNaughton and Hadfield for the set play. G's dropped back into goalkeeper's position. Langley to McNaughton. McNaughton with a good attempt. King's read it. They're letting it go out, so it's a kick in. Nottinghamshire 5-0 up against Bournemouth. Ref letting King and Sevenoaks sort themselves out for the kick in. Langley being patient, no particular rush at 5-0 up. Langley off King, that was unlucky. King, Sevenoaks, and then it goes. So that'll be an own goal, but that's 6-0. And that doubles Nottinghamshire's goals for the entire season. 6 in 21 games, 6 in the last. That's full time. Just see what the score was for Thunder. Uh, 8-1 to West Brom against Northern Thunder. Slightly, well, more than slightly disappointing final match for Thunder against a outstanding West Brom team. Finished second this year. 4 championships on the row before that. 4 titles in a row before that. Thunder previously themselves a Premiership title winning team and current WFA Cup holders. And here McNaughton, no, again not rolling, so McNaughton and King, ball trapped between them. Ball's crossed the line but not a goal. 6-0 to Nottinghamshire. 2 minutes left. 2 minutes on the clock. Hadfield easily cuts that long ball out from King. Now G and Hannam. Nottinghamshire maintaining their discipline. Well set up. Langley again poised, ready to pounce on Sevenoaks' kick. Just he's so far up there that if it comes off the front bumper, it's a high chance it'll go towards the goal and outpace any player trying to defend it. Langley to G, misses G. Picked up by King for Bournemouth, but Hadfield's got it for Nottingham. Hadfield trying to find G. So they can't get it past King at the moment. King and Hannam are keeping the ball away from the Nottinghamshire wingers. So Hadfield decides to take it round, loses control, and it's a kick to Bournemouth. So again, Sevenoaks is going to take the kick high. So pressure going to be placed on the kick to see if Nottinghamshire can intercept it. Hadfield's going to have a swing, I would have thought, but King's read it again. Seconds left. Final game, 2023 season. Congratulations to the champions Aspire. Congratulations to Nottinghamshire for staying up. I'll read what I think is the final table as the full-time whistle goes. Match clock's at 0. Kick to Langley. Langley, G across the ball. Norton a chance to finish. Sevenoaks saves it. Big cheer from the Bournemouth crowd. Langley, probably the last chance. Langley with a kick in. Langley stopped by Sevenoaks. McNaughton trying to drive it past King. Goal kick. Ref looks at a watch. Big hit by Hadfield. Off G. McNaughton comes in. Ref's got the whistle in her mouth. There we go, full time. So the table, as I believe it is, Aspire champions, West Brom secure in second, so by 6 points. 12 points below them. Teesside in third. Northern Thunder fourth. Newcastle fifth. Leeds Chariot sixth. West Bromwich Throstle seventh. Sevenoaks eighth. Villa Rockets ninth. Nottinghamshire 10th, Brighton and Hove Albion 11th, and Bournemouth 12th. There we have it. I hope you've enjoyed the coverage in this 2022-23 season. We'll call that a wrap. Goodbye.